Here's a disturbing fact. 94% of Americans cannot correctly explain how the Soviet Union actually formed, why it really collapsed, or what happened during the 69 years in between. And it's not their fault, because the version taught in schools is essentially propaganda designed to support a specific political narrative. But here's what's even more shocking. The real story of the Soviet Union is actually more incredible, more brutal, and more relevant to today's world than any textbook version you've ever heard. And by the end of this video, you'll understand why powerful people on both sides have worked so hard to keep you from learning the truth. Though before we get into it, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is. We're on to building a global community here. So without further ado, let's begin, shall we? The Cradle of Revolution, the Last Tsar and the Great War. The Russian Empire in 1914 stretched across 11 time zones. From the Baltic Sea to the Pacific Ocean, from the Arctic tundra to the Central Asian deserts, Nicholas II ruled over 170 million souls. His official title ran for minutes when spoken aloud: Tsar of all the Russias, Grand Duke of Finland, King of Poland. The list went on. Yet, beneath this imperial grandeur, the empire creaked like old wood. Nicholas, a small man with gentle eyes and a neatly trimmed beard, possessed neither the temperament nor the ability for autocratic rule. He preferred his family to the throne room. His diary entries focused more on weather and walks than matters of state. On the day revolution began in his capital, he noted the temperature and a pleasant stroll. Russia had entered the 20th century straddling two worlds. In St. Petersburg and Moscow, factories sprouted from the earth. The Trans-Siberian Railway connected distant provinces. Foreign investment poured in. Between 1890 and 1913, industrial production quadrupled. Coal output increased sixfold. The empire became the world's fourth largest industrial power. But this rapid transformation created new tensions. Factory workers labored 14 hours a day in conditions that recalled Dickens' England. They slept in barracks, ate to a room. Safety regulations existed only on paper. When workers organized, Cossacks arrived with whips and sabers. The countryside remained medieval. 4/5 of Russians were peasants. They lived in wooden huts with dirt floors, sharing space with livestock during winter. Most couldn't read. Many had never seen a doctor. The emancipation of 1861 had freed them from serfdom, but not from poverty. They still owed redemption payments for land that barely fed their families. Between the peasants and the aristocracy yawned a chasm. The nobility owned vast estates. They spoke French at dinner parties and spent winters on the Riviera. Some had never set foot on their own lands. Absentee landlords collected rents through managers while peasants starved during bad harvests. The empire's diversity posed another challenge. Russians comprised less than half the population. Poles, Ukrainians, Georgians, Armenians, Jews, Tatars, and dozens of other groups maintained their own languages and customs. The government's response was Russification. Teach them Russian, convert them to Orthodoxy, make them forget their heritage. This policy bred resentment rather than unity. Political reform moved at glacial pace. The 1905 revolution had forced Nicholas to accept a parliament, the Duma, but he dissolved it whenever it challenged him. The Third and Fourth Dumas, elected under restricted franchise, became talking shops for the wealthy. Real power remained with the Tsar and his ministers. The court itself had fallen under the influence of Grigory Rasputin. This Siberian mystic, with his penetrating eyes and unwashed hair, held sway over the imperial family through his apparent ability to ease the suffering of the hemophiliac heir, Alexei. Rumors of debauchery and dark influence swirled through St. Petersburg salons. Whether true or not, they corroded respect for the monarchy. Then came August 1914. The heir to the Austro-Hungarian throne lay dead in Sarajevo. Alliance systems activated like dominoes. Germany declared war on Russia. Patriotic fervor swept the empire. Crowds cheered in Palace Square. Men rushed to enlist. St. Petersburg Germanized its name to Petrograd. Even socialists suspended their opposition. Nicholas appeared on the palace balcony. The crowd sang, "God Save the Tsar." For a moment, autocrat and people seemed united. The moment passed quickly. Russia mobilized faster than anyone expected. Millions of peasants reported to collection points. But the army lacked everything except men. One rifle for every 3 soldiers became common. Those without weapons were told to wait until comrades fell, then take theirs. Artillery shells ran short within months. Officers trained in 19th century tactics faced 20th century warfare. The Eastern Front stretched over 1,000 miles. Unlike the static trenches in France, armies here maneuvered across vast spaces. Initial Russian advances into East Prussia ended in catastrophe at Tannenberg and the Masurian Lakes. Entire armies vanished into German encirclement. By year's end, Russia had lost over 1 million men. The war devoured resources. Factories converted to military production. Consumer goods vanished. The railway system, already strained, prioritized military transport. Food rotted in the countryside while cities hungered. Inflation spiraled. A pound of meat that cost 20 kopecks in 1914 cost 2 rubles by 1917. Casualties mounted beyond comprehension. The 1915 Great Retreat saw Russian armies driven from Poland and much of the western provinces. Germans employed poison gas. Artillery barrages lasted days. Men disappeared into mud and shell holes, leaving no trace. Peasant soldiers, barely literate, couldn't write home. Families simply never heard from sons and fathers again. By 1916, the empire had mobilized 15 million men. Entire villages stood empty except for women, children, and the elderly. Fields went unplanted. Harvests failed. The countryside bled out its youth while cities starved. Nicholas made a fateful decision. Against all advice, he assumed personal command of the armies. He left for headquarters, abandoning Petrograd to his German-born wife Alexandra and, through her, to Rasputin's influence. Every military defeat now became his personal failure. Every shortage, every death, every rumor of corruption pointed directly to the throne. The empire entered 1917 exhausted. Strikes paralyzed industries. Bread lines stretched through frozen streets. Police reports warned of impending catastrophe. The Duma president told the Tsar's ministers that revolution loomed. They didn't listen. Or perhaps they no longer cared. In February, International Women's Day brought textile workers into Petrograd's streets. They demanded bread. Men from the Putilov works joined them. Then students. Then everyone. Cossacks, ordered to disperse crowds, refused. Some joined the demonstrations. The unthinkable had begun. Within a week, 3 centuries of Romanov rule ended. Nicholas, isolated at headquarters, abdicated in a railway car. He hoped to save the monarchy for his son. But history had moved beyond such compromises. The empire that had defeated Napoleon, that had styled itself the Third Rome, collapsed like a house with rotten foundations. What rose from its ruins would shake the world for the next 70 years. 1917, the year of 2 revolutions. February 23rd, 1917 began like any winter day in Petrograd. The temperature hung below freezing. Ice covered the Neva River. Women queued outside bakeries before dawn, hoping for bread that rarely appeared. By noon, these lines had transformed into rivers of protest. Textile workers from the Vyborg district crossed the frozen river into the city center. "Bread!" they chanted. Down with the war. Police watched nervously. They had seen strikes before. This felt different. By evening, 50,000 workers had left their factories. The next day, the number doubled, then doubled again. Metal workers, students, clerks, even some from the middle classes joined the swelling crowds. Red banners appeared. The Marseillaise echoed through the streets. Mounted police charged with whips. Crowds scattered, then reformed like water. On the 3rd day, soldiers fired into crowds on Nevsky Prospect. 50 people fell. But that night, in the barracks of the Pavlovsky Regiment, soldiers discussed what they had done. These were not career military men. They were peasants in uniform, workers with rifles. The next morning, they refused orders. One regiment after another joined them. The speed of collapse astonished everyone. Police vanished from streets. Officials fled their offices. The Duma, which Nicholas had ordered dissolved, refused to disperse. Instead, they formed a provisional committee. Across the city, workers and soldiers created their own council, the Petrograd Soviet. 2 powers emerged where one had ruled for centuries. Nicholas, finally grasping the situation, attempted to return to Petrograd. Railway workers diverted his train. Generals advised abdication. In a shabby railway car in Pskov, the last Tsar signed away his throne. He tried passing it to his brother, Michael. Michael, wiser perhaps, refused. The Romanov dynasty simply ceased to exist. The provisional government, drawn from liberal Duma deputies, proclaimed freedom of speech, press, and assembly. Political prisoners streamed from Siberian exile. But this government faced an impossible situation. It claimed legitimacy from a defunct monarchy. Real power, control of soldiers, workers, and railways lay with the Soviet. The Soviet operated on different principles. Delegates came directly from factories and regiments. They could be recalled at any moment. Debates lasted through the night in the Tauride Palace. Every political tendency from anarchists to moderate socialists argued their position. Yet most Soviet leaders, believing in Marxist stages of history, thought Russia needed bourgeois democracy before socialism. They supported the provisional government conditionally. This dual power created paralysis. The provisional government could proclaim, the Soviet could prevent. Neither could rule effectively. Meanwhile, the war continued. The economy deteriorated. The countryside grew restless. Into this chaos stepped Vladimir Ulyanov, known as Lenin. On April 3rd, he arrived at Finland Station after years of exile. The sealed train that brought him through Germany would later provoke endless speculation. German agents had indeed facilitated his return, hoping he would undermine Russia's war effort. They succeeded beyond their wildest calculations. Lenin stood barely 5 feet tall. His piercing eyes and goatee became iconic. But in April 1917, he commanded only a minority faction of a minority party. The Bolsheviks numbered perhaps 25,000 in an empire of 170 million. Most socialists considered him too radical. His own party thought he had lost touch during exile. His April theses shocked everyone. No support for the provisional government, no defensive war, all power to the Soviets, land to the peasants immediately, workers' control of factories. Even Bolsheviks called him anarchist. But Lenin possessed what others lacked, absolute certainty and tactical brilliance. Through spring and summer, he hammered his message: peace, land, bread. 3 words that spoke to soldiers, peasants, and workers. While other parties debated constitutional arrangements, Lenin promised immediate solutions. The provisional government's failure strengthened his position. That government cycled through crises. The liberal cadets resigned. Socialists joined. Alexander Kerensky, a theatrical lawyer with one hand perpetually thrust in his jacket, became the face of democratic Russia. He spoke beautifully about freedom and democracy. But speeches didn't produce bread or end the war. The July days nearly derailed everything. Soldiers and workers, inspired by Bolshevik slogans but acting independently, attempted to seize power. The uprising failed. Public opinion turned against the Bolsheviks. Lenin fled to Finland. Leading Bolsheviks went to prison. The party seemed finished. Then General Kornilov attempted a military coup in August. Kerensky, panicking, armed the workers and released imprisoned Bolsheviks to defend the revolution. The coup collapsed. But now the Bolsheviks had weapons and renewed credibility as defenders against counter-revolution. By September, they controlled the Petrograd and Moscow Soviets. Lenin returned secretly in October. At a Central Committee meeting in a Petrograd apartment, he demanded immediate insurrection. The debate raged for 10 hours. Some wanted to wait for the Congress of Soviets. Others feared premature action. Lenin threatened to resign and appealed directly to the party ranks. His will prevailed. Leon Trotsky, the brilliant orator who had joined the Bolsheviks only months earlier, organized the seizure. The Military Revolutionary Committee, nominally defending against counter-revolution, systematically took control of key points: telegraph offices, railway stations, bridges, banks. By October 24th, the government controlled only the Winter Palace. The assault on the palace became legendary. Later Soviet films showed massive crowds storming the gates. Reality proved more prosaic. Most soldiers had drifted away. The women's battalion and some military cadets offered token resistance. More people died filming Eisenstein's recreation than in the actual event. Inside, ministers of the provisional government sat around a green baize table, waiting. Kerensky had fled in a borrowed American embassy car, seeking loyal troops. He never returned. At 2 a.m. on October 26, Red Guards entered the palace. The ministers surrendered. Democratic Russia's 8-month experiment ended not with a bang, but with exhausted men signing a protocol of arrest. The Congress of Soviets convened amid the takeover. Moderate socialists walked out in protest. Trotsky dismissed them to the dustbin of history. Those remaining, Bolsheviks and left socialist revolutionaries, approved Soviet power. Lenin emerged from hiding to proclaim a new world. His first decrees, peace and land, simple words that remade an empire. But taking power in one city, even the capital, didn't mean controlling a continent-spanning empire. The Bolsheviks held perhaps a few dozen cities. The countryside remained uncertain. The army was dissolving. National minorities declared independence. Officers began organizing resistance. The real revolution, transforming an entire society, had barely begun. What followed would test whether a small party with an iron will could reshape one-sixth of the Earth's surface. Birth pangs, civil war and war communism, 1918 to 1921. The Bolsheviks controlled Petrograd and Moscow. Beyond these cities, their authority evaporated like morning mist. Local Soviets operated independently. Peasants seized estates without waiting for decrees. Soldiers deserted by the millions, taking their rifles home. The empire fragmented into 1,000 pieces. Lenin understood the precariousness. At party headquarters in the Smolny Institute, he worked 20-hour days. Telegrams poured in reporting chaos. No coal in Petrograd. No grain from Ukraine. Railway workers on strike. White officers organizing in the Don region. Each crisis demanded immediate attention. The peace negotiations at Brest-Litovsk revealed Bolshevik weakness. Trotsky, leading the delegation, tried his formula of neither war nor peace. The Germans simply resumed their advance. In days, they occupied Ukraine, the Baltic provinces, and Belarus. Panic gripped Petrograd. The government evacuated to Moscow, making the Kremlin their fortress. The treaty signed in March 1918 amputated one-third of European Russia. Ukraine, Poland, Finland, and the Baltic states disappeared. 1/4 of the population, 1/3 of the agricultural land, 3/4 of the coal and iron gone. Gone. Left communists called it betrayal. Lenin called it buying time. He needed peace to consolidate power. The breathing space proved brief. By summer, white armies formed on every horizon. In Siberia, Admiral Kolchak proclaimed himself supreme ruler. In the south, General Denikin assembled former imperial officers. In the northwest, General Yudenich prepared to march on Petrograd. The whites shared only hatred of Bolshevism. Monarchists, Republicans, and socialists uneasily cooperated. Their political incoherence would prove fatal. Foreign powers intervened, fearing Bolshevik contagion. British forces landed in Archangel and Murmansk. French troops occupied Odessa. Americans arrived in Vladivostok. Japanese armies pushed into Siberia. Czechs and Slovaks, former prisoners of war, controlled the Trans-Siberian Railway. The interventionists supplied weapons and money to the whites, but avoided major combat. War-weary populations at home had no appetite for another conflict. The Bolsheviks responded with total mobilization. Trotsky, appointed war commissar, created the Red Army from nothing. He recruited former Tsarist officers as military specialists, placing commissars at their shoulders to ensure loyalty. Soldiers who retreated faced execution. Their families became hostages. Harsh methods for harsh times. The Cheka, the Extraordinary Commission for Combating Counter-Revolution, became the revolution's sword and shield. Felix Dzerzhinsky, an ascetic Polish nobleman turned revolutionary, directed operations from Lubyanka headquarters. "We stand for organized terror," he declared. The Cheka operated outside legal constraints: arrest, interrogation, execution, often within hours. War communism emerged from desperation. Money became worthless paper. The government seized grain from peasants at gunpoint. Private trade became a capital offense. Workers received rations based on their usefulness. A Red Army soldier got 2 pounds of bread daily. A bourgeois intellectual, 1/4 pound. Survival depended on class category. Cities emptied as residents fled to the countryside seeking food. Petrograd's population dropped from 2.4 million to 700,000. Moscow lost half its inhabitants. Factories closed for lack of fuel and raw materials. Workers dismantled machinery to trade for grain. The economy reverted to primitive barter. The countryside became a battlefield. Grain requisition detachments, often led by workers who had never seen a farm, descended on villages. They searched for hidden stores, sometimes torturing peasants to reveal caches. Peasants responded by planting only enough for subsistence. Why grow more if armed men would steal it? Green armies emerged. Peasant bands fighting both reds and whites. Nestor Makhno's anarchists controlled much of Ukraine. The socialist revolutionary Antonov led a massive uprising in Tambov province. These movements wanted neither Bolshevik dictatorship nor white restoration. They dreamed of a third path. History afforded no such luxury. The war peaked in 1919. Denikin's forces approached Tula, threatening Moscow's arms factories. As Yudenich reached Petrograd's suburbs, Kolchak advanced from the east. The Bolsheviks seemed doomed. Maps in Western newspapers showed red territory shrinking to medieval Muscovy. But the whites' fatal flaws emerged. They couldn't agree on war aims, restore the Tsar, create a republic, return to February 1917. Their armies moved through hostile territory. Peasants feared white victory meant losing seized lands. Non-Russians suspected Great Russian chauvinism. White atrocities matched red terror but lacked ideological justification. The Reds possessed advantages beyond unity. They controlled the industrial heartland. The railway hub at Moscow allowed rapid troop transfers. Trotsky's armored train became legendary, rushing to threatened fronts. Most crucially, they offered a vision, however harsh: land to peasants, factories to workers, self-determination to minorities, in theory. These promises, though betrayed in practice, resonated more than white nostalgia. By 1920, the tide turned decisively. Kolchak, betrayed and arrested, faced a Bolshevik firing squad in Irkutsk. Denikin evacuated from Novorossiysk. Yudenich disbanded his army in Estonia. Only Baron Wrangel held out in Crimea because proclaiming reforms too late to matter. The Polish War briefly threatened everything. Marshal Pilsudski's forces captured Kiev, dreaming of restored Polish glory. The Red Army counterattacked, reaching Warsaw's outskirts. Lenin envisioned carrying revolution to Germany on bayonet points, but the Poles rallied. The miracle on the Vistula threw back exhausted Soviet forces. Another harsh peace treaty fixed borders that satisfied no one. Wrangel's final defeat in November 1920 effectively ended the Civil War. British ships evacuated 150,000 refugees from Crimean ports. White officers scattered across Europe, driving taxis in Paris, waiting tables in Berlin, dreaming of return. They would wait forever. The cost defied calculation. Perhaps 10 million died. Combat, terror, starvation, disease. Typhus alone claimed 3 million. Industry lay in ruins. Agricultural production had halved. Money meant nothing. Urban civilization nearly collapsed. The communists ruled a wasteland. Kronstadt's sailors, the revolution's pride, rebelled in March 1921. They demanded free elections, free trade, free speech, the revolution's original promises. Trotsky crushed them without mercy. Delegates to the 10th Party Congress crossed the ice to assault the fortress. No deviation could be tolerated. War communism had served its purpose. The regime survived when everyone predicted collapse. But the methods of survival, terror, requisitioning, militarization, poisoned the revolution's ideals. The party that promised human liberation had created a police state. The peasants who received land now hid grain from commissars. The workers who seized factories now labored under military discipline. Lenin recognized the crisis. At the same party congress that approved Kronstadt's suppression, he proposed retreat. The new economic policy would restore limited capitalism. But first, one final paroxysm. The Tambov Rebellion drowned in blood. Poison gas cleared forests of guerrillas. The famine of 1921-22, triggered by drought but worsened by years of requisitioning, claimed 5 million lives. From this apocalypse emerged the Soviet state. Not the workers' paradise of socialist dreams, but a garrison state hardened by war. The Cheka had shown how to rule through fear. War communism demonstrated total state control. These instruments, forged in desperate times, would outlive their original purpose. What began as emergency measures became permanent features. The Civil War ended. Its methods endured. The False Dawn, the new economic policy, NEP, and Lenin's last struggle. Lenin stood before the 10th Party Congress in March 1921 and spoke words that shocked the faithful. We must retreat. The architect of October, the prophet of world revolution, advocated compromise with capitalism. Grain requisitioning would end. Peasants could sell surplus after paying tax. Small private trade would be permitted. The dictatorship of the proletariat would tolerate NEP men, private traders, and entrepreneurs. Many Bolsheviks felt betrayed. They had endured 3 years of hell for this, to see marketeers hawking goods on Moscow streets. But Lenin possessed the prestige to impose his will. Russia needed recovery, not revolution. 1 step backward, 2 steps forward, he promised. A temporary retreat, enabling future advance. The economic response proved dramatic. Peasants, freed from requisition squads, expanded cultivation. Markets reopened in cities. Goods reappeared as if by magic. Private traders, emerging from hiding, connected producers with consumers. The state retained control of banking, foreign trade, and heavy industry, the commanding heights. But daily life improved markedly. Currency reform restored the ruble's value. The gold-backed shervanets became trusted money. Rationing ended. Shops displayed actual merchandise. Restaurants opened. The Moscow Art Theater resumed performances. A semblance of normal life returned to exhausted cities. Nempi created strange juxtapositions. Communist officials shared trams with private merchants. State factories competed with private workshops. Peasants, now classified as poor, middle, or kulak based on property, pursued individual enrichment. The revolution seemed to be devouring its own tail. Cultural life flourished in this relatively liberal atmosphere. The avant-garde experimented freely. Constructivists designed impossible buildings. Eisenstein pioneered montage in cinema. Mayakovsky's posters propagandized through radical aesthetics. The state tolerated, even encouraged, artistic innovation that served revolutionary goals. But political freedom found no place in Lenin's retreat. The same Congress that approved any banned factions within the party. Opposition parties had already been suppressed. Now dissent within Bolshevik ranks became heresy. The Cheka, renamed GPU, continued surveillance and arrests. Economic liberalization coincided with political tightening. Lenin himself began showing troubling symptoms. Headaches plagued him. His legendary work capacity diminished. In May 1922, he suffered his first stroke, the right side of his body partially paralyzed. Speech became difficult. The man who lived by words struggled to communicate. During brief recoveries, he dictated articles and letters. His focus shifted to preserving the revolution after his death. He worried about bureaucratization. The party apparatus had swollen. Every decision required multiple approvals. Revolutionary enthusiasm drowned in paperwork. His greatest concern was Joseph Stalin. The Georgian had accumulated positions like a collector, general secretary of the party, head of workers and peasant section, member of the Politburo and Orgbureau. Each position seemed minor. Together, they controlled personnel decisions throughout the party. Stalin appeared the perfect apparatus man. While Trotsky commanded armies and gave brilliant speeches, Stalin managed boring organizational details. He remembered names, did favors, placed allies in key positions. Other leaders dismissed him as a gray blur. Lenin began recognizing the danger too late. The Georgian affair crystallized Lenin's fears. Stalin, himself Georgian, had brutally suppressed Georgian communists who wanted their republic to enter the Soviet Union as an equal, not be absorbed into a Transcaucasian federation. Lenin, bedridden, learned of beatings and threats. His ideal of voluntary union among equals was being violated by crude Russian chauvinism. In December 1922, Lenin dictated his testament. This extraordinary document evaluated potential successors with brutal honesty. Trotsky, most capable but too self-assured and administrative. Stalin accumulated too much power and too rude. Bukharin, the party's favorite but weak in theory. Zinoviev and Kamenev, their October wavering shouldn't be held against them, but still, a postscript added days later cut deeper. Stalin should be removed as general secretary. His rudeness, tolerable among communists, became dangerous in that position. Lenin suggested finding someone more patient, loyal, considerate. But strokes struck faster than letters could be delivered. Lenin's final writings turned desperate, an article on cooperatives, a plea to reduce bureaucracy, plans to remove Stalin. His last dictated words attacked the workers' and peasants' inspection, Stalin's stronghold, as useless. Personal drama intensified political conflict. Stalin, controlling access to Lenin, insulted Krupskaya, Lenin's wife, for permitting forbidden political work. Lenin, learning of this, dictated an ultimatum: apologize or face broken relations. Before Stalin received it, Lenin suffered his final devastating stroke. For 10 months, Lenin lingered, unable to speak, right side completely paralyzed. Sometimes he wept from frustration. The man who remade Russia became a prisoner in his Gorky estate. Doctors issued optimistic bulletins. Everyone knew the truth. Meanwhile, succession struggles intensified. Stalin allied with Zinoviev and Kamenev against Trotsky. They branded Trotsky's theory of permanent revolution as heresy. Trotsky, brilliant but politically naive, disdained organizational infighting. He thought ideas mattered more than committee votes. Fatal miscalculation. The party faced profound questions. Could socialism be built in one backward country? Should world revolution be actively promoted? How much capitalism could NEP tolerate? Without Lenin's authority, debates turned vicious. Every theoretical disagreement masked personal ambition. NEP itself generated contradictions. Economic recovery proceeded unevenly. Industries lagged behind agriculture. The scissors crisis emerged. Industrial prices far exceeded agricultural ones. Peasants hoarded grain rather than exchange for expensive manufactured goods. The market mechanism that saved the economy now threatened it. Social tensions multiplied. Netmen flaunted wealth while workers earned pre-war wages. Unemployment persisted as demobilized soldiers and peasants sought city work. Party members watched former class enemies prosper. Revolutionary veterans begged while speculators dined in restaurants. On January 21, 1924, Lenin died. His brain, removed for study, showed extensive damage. Arteries had hardened beyond recognition. The question arose, when had illness begun affecting decisions? How long had the party followed a dying man's commands? The funeral became a weapon in succession battles. Stalin positioned himself as Lenin's true disciple. He delivered the funeral oath, promising to guard party unity. Trotsky, convalescing in the Caucasus, missed this ceremonies, a absence Stalin had arranged by providing false dates. Symbolism mattered. Stalin stood by the coffin. Trotsky was absent. Lenin's body, against his wishes and Krupskaya's protests, underwent embalming. The wooden mausoleum in Red Square became a pilgrimage site. Lenin had wanted simple burial beside his mother. Instead, he became an icon, his corpse a religious relic for an atheist state. His testament remained secret. Stalin's allies argued against publication. Why demoralize the party? Lenin was ill when writing it. Personal opinions shouldn't override collective decisions. The document that might have changed history stayed locked in party archives. NEP continued, but its father was gone. The temporary retreat had stabilized the country. Recovery proceeded. But fundamental questions remained unanswered. How long was temporary? When would advance resume? Who would decide? Lenin left a recovered economy, a consolidated state, and a party machine increasingly controlled by the man he tried to remove. The false dawn of NEP would soon fade into the darkness of forced collectivization and terror. The rise of Stalin, the bitter succession struggle. Joseph Vissarionovich Jugashvili chose his revolutionary name well. Stalin, man of steel. Short, pockmarked, his left arm slightly withered from childhood accident, he cut an unimpressive figure among Bolshevik leaders. While Trotsky dazzled crowds and Bukharin charmed party intellectuals, Stalin worked in shadows, accumulating power through patient bureaucratic manipulation. His background differed from the typical Bolshevik leader. No foreign exile in Geneva cafes, no theoretical treatises, no brilliant speeches. Born in Gori, Georgia, to a cobbler and washerwoman, he entered an Orthodox seminary before expulsion for revolutionary activities. His early career involved organizing strikes, robbing banks for party funds, and multiple arrests. Practical work, not intellectual theorizing. Other leaders noticed Stalin late and dismissively. Lenin valued his organizational skills but worried about his crudeness. Trotsky barely acknowledged his existence before 1917. This underestimation proved their fatal error. While they fought with words and ideas, Stalin built networks of loyalty throughout the expanding party apparatus. The Communist Party had transformed from a small revolutionary group into a governing machine. Membership swelled from 25,000 in 1917 to 700,000 by 1921. New members knew little of Marxist theory. They joined for careers, not conviction. These functionaries needed guidance, positions, favors. Stalin provided all three. As general secretary, Stalin controlled appointments throughout the party hierarchy. Every provincial secretary, every department head, every important position required his approval. He maintained extensive files on party members, their strengths, weaknesses, loyalties, indiscretions. Knowledge became power. Favors created obligations. The triumvirate of Stalin, Zinoviev, and Kamenev formed initially to block Trotsky. Zinoviev headed the Comintern and controlled Leningrad. Kamenev ran Moscow. Together with Stalin's secretariat, they commanded the party machinery. Their alliance rested on shared fear rather than friendship. Trotsky possessed every advantage except political instinct. Creator of the Red Army, brilliant orator, Lenin's obvious successor in many eyes. but he disdained organizational maneuvering. He believed history moved through great ideas and decisive moments, not committee meetings and personnel decisions. This 19th century romantic faced a 20th century machine politician. The campaign against Trotsky began subtly. His past disagreements with Lenin were exhumed and exaggerated. His theory of permanent revolution was distorted into defeatism about building socialism in Russia. His Jewish origins, never mentioned publicly, whispered in private conversations. Death from 1,000 cuts. Stalin introduced his counter theory: socialism in one country. Russia could build socialism alone without waiting for world revolution. This appealed to exhausted party members tired of waiting for German workers to rise. It offered achievable goals rather than apocalyptic visions. Most importantly, it made Stalin the defender of Russian achievements against Trotsky's pessimism. The struggle played out in party conferences where outcomes were predetermined. Stalin's secretariat ensured delegate selection. Provincial secretaries, owing their positions to Stalin, delivered their delegations. Trotsky found himself consistently outvoted by margins that grew with each gathering. Personal attacks intensified. Trotsky's military orders during the Civil War were scrutinized for errors. His theoretical works were condemned as deviations. Party historians rewrote October's history, minimizing his role while elevating Stalin's minor part. The man who organized the insurrection became a hindrance Lenin had to overcome. By 1925, Trotsky had been removed from his position as war commissar. But Stalin's triumph created new problems. Zinoviev and Kamenev, having served their purpose, now threatened his supremacy. They controlled major cities and possessed independent power bases. The triumvirate dissolved into mutual suspicion. Stalin pivoted rightward, allying with Bukharin, Rykov, and Tomsky. These leaders supported continuing NEP and gradual development. Bukharin, the party's theoretical star, provided intellectual legitimacy. His slogan, "Enrich yourselves," to the peasantry horrified old Bolsheviks, but reflected NEP's reality. Zinoviev and Kamenev, outmaneuvered, desperately allied with their former enemy Trotsky. The united opposition combined the revolution's most prestigious names against Stalin's machine. They commanded respect, but few votes. Every party organization had been staffed with Stalin's appointees. The opposition's program criticized bureaucratization, demanded party democracy, and warned against kulak enrichment. Their economic proposals anticipated later policies: rapid industrialization, planning, collectivization. But coming from defeated factions, these ideas were condemned as adventurism. Stalin's tactical genius showed in managing debates. He positioned himself as the moderate center against left and right extremes. He defended party unity against factionalists. He spoke for ordinary members against intellectual elites. His speeches, while pedestrian, resonated with party functionaries who resented brilliant theoreticians. The GPU, now under Stalin's ally Dzerzhinsky, monitored opposition activities. Meetings were infiltrated. Documents were leaked selectively. When oppositionists organized, they faced accusations of factionalism, banned since 1921. The charge was accurate, but the ban had been meant as temporary. Public debates became theatrical displays of predetermined outcomes. Opposition speakers faced orchestrated heckling. Their time was limited, while Stalin's supporters spoke endlessly. Votes were taken by show of hands, with GPU agents noting who raised them for the opposition. The 15th Party Congress in December 1927 delivered the final blow. Opposition leaders were expelled from the party. Trotsky was exiled to Alma-Ata in Kazakhstan. Zinoviev and Kamenev, broken, recanted their errors and begged readmission. Thousands of opposition supporters faced exile or worse. But victory over the left opposition created new contradictions. NEP was reaching its limits. Grain collections fell as kulaks withheld supplies. Industrial growth stagnated. The right-wing program of gradual development seemed increasingly untenable. Stalin, the moderate, prepared another pivot. Throughout these struggles, Stalin cultivated his image carefully. He posed as Lenin's faithful disciple, constantly citing the dead leader's works, selectively edited. He lived modestly, wearing simple tunics, while others affected military uniforms. He listened patiently in meetings, speaking last with common-sense conclusions. Behind this facade operated a master manipulator. He remembered every slight, every betrayal, every moment of condescension from intellectual superiors. His notebooks contained lists of enemies, and their vulnerabilities. Patient as a spider, he waited for opponents to entangle themselves. The party itself had changed fundamentally. Old Bolsheviks, tempered by underground work and exile, became a minority. New members were Soviet-educated bureaucrats who knew no world beyond the party state. They valued stability over revolution, career over cause. Stalin embodied their aspirations. By 1928, Stalin stood supreme. Trotsky was in exile. Left oppositionists were scattered and silenced. The right, Bukharin, Rykov, Tomsky, still held high positions but depended entirely on his favor. The man dismissed as a mediocrity controlled the world's largest country. Yet questions remained. What would Stalin do with this power? Would he continue NEP's evolutionary path? Or would he launch the second revolution oppositionists had advocated? The answer came swiftly and brutally. The patient bureaucrat would unleash changes more radical than anything Trotsky imagined. The gray blur would paint Russia red with blood. The Great Turn, collectivization, and the assault on the peasantry. In January 1928, Stalin boarded a train for Siberia. Grain collections had fallen catastrophically. Cities faced hunger while peasants hoarded their harvest. The market mechanisms of NEP no longer delivered food to urban centers. Stalin's solution would transform the Soviet countryside into a battlefield. Standing before local party officials in Novosibirsk, Stalin abandoned his moderate mask. Kulaks were sabotaging grain collections. They must be crushed. Apply Article 107, criminal speculation. Confiscate grain. Arrest hoarders. Use extraordinary measures. The signal was unmistakable. War against the peasantry had begun. The decision reflected both ideological commitment and practical desperation. Marxist theory always suspected peasants as petty proprietors wedded to private property. But pragmatism drove policy. Rapid industrialization required feeding growing cities and earning foreign currency through grain exports. Individual peasant farms couldn't provide sufficient surplus. Collectivization promised to solve multiple problems. Large mechanized farms would produce more efficiently. State procurement would be simplified. Kulaks, the rural bourgeoisie, would be eliminated. Most importantly, agricultural surplus could finance industrial transformation. Peasants would pay for their own modernization. Initial plans envisioned gradual voluntary collectivization over decades. By late 1929, Stalin demanded complete transformation within years. The impossible became mandatory. Local officials, competing to show enthusiasm, promised even faster results. A bureaucratic bidding war erupted with peasant lives as stakes. Defining kulaks proved problematic. Originally meaning wealthy peasants, the category expanded to include anyone resisting collectivization. Owning 2 cows or hiring seasonal help became capital crimes. Many kulaks were simply successful farmers who worked harder or managed better. Village assemblies were forced to identify kulak families, often settling old scores. Dekulakization squads descended on villages like medieval armies. Communist youth members and urban workers, ignorant of rural life, implemented class warfare. Families were awakened at night, given minutes to pack, then loaded onto cattle cars. Their destinations: Siberian wastes, Arctic lumber camps, Central Asian deserts. The numbers defy comprehension. Perhaps 2 million kulaks were deported in 1930-31 alone. Entire families, grandparents, pregnant women, infants, traveled in unheated freight cars during winter. No preparation awaited at destinations. Families were dumped in frozen forests and told to build socialism. Death rates reached 30%. Those remaining faced forced collectivization. Party activists, armed with revolutionary slogans and rifles, herded peasants into collective farms. Private plots were abolished. Tools, seed grain, and livestock became collective property. Centuries of village tradition ended in weeks. Peasant resistance took many forms. Some hid grain in secret pits. Others fled to cities, swelling urban populations beyond capacity. But the most devastating response was destroying their own property rather than surrendering it. If the state would steal their animals, better to eat them first. The slaughter reached apocalyptic proportions. Half of all Soviet livestock died between 1928 and 1933. Peasants consumed their draft animals, crippling spring plowing. They burned crops and smashed tools. We will not work for the Antichrist, some declared, seeing collectivization as the apocalypse. Women often led resistance. When activists arrived to seize church bells for scrap metal, women formed human chains. They attacked grain collectors with household implements. Their protests sometimes succeeded where men's opposition failed. Authorities hesitated to shoot women, though many died anyway. Stalin responded to chaos with his article Dizzy with Success in March 1930. Local officials had exceeded instructions. Voluntary principles were violated. Excesses must cease. This tactical retreat allowed peasants to leave collective farms. Half did immediately, but the pause proved temporary. Pressure resumed with refined methods. The human cost mounted through 1931-32. Collective farms, lacking experience and equipment, produced less than individual holdings. Procurement quotas ignored reality. State collectors seized not just surplus but seed grain and food supplies. Villages that failed to meet impossible targets were blacklisted. No trade, no movement, slow starvation. Ukraine suffered exceptionally. The breadbasket of the empire became a charnel house. Stalin suspected Ukrainian nationalism alongside kulak resistance. Procurement brigades seized everything edible. Roadblocks prevented peasants from fleeing to cities. The word holodomor, murder by starvation, entered history. Contemporary accounts describe horror beyond imagination. Children with swollen bellies wandered empty villages. Mothers mixed grass with bark to create bread. Cannibalism appeared. Bodies lay unburied in streets. Activists searching homes found hidden handfuls of grain and confiscated them. Party members who protested were removed. The Western press, tightly controlled in Moscow, reported little. Walter Duranty of the New York Times, cultivating Soviet contacts, denied famine reports. Russians hungry but not starving, he cabled. For this journalism, he received Pulitzer Prize. Meanwhile, millions perished outside correspondents' Moscow hotels. Foreign governments knew, but calculated silence served their interests. The Soviet Union offered trade opportunities during global depression. Moral outrage yielded to economic pragmatism. Ukrainian diaspora communities pleaded futilely for intervention. Within the party, some questioned the catastrophe. Trotsky from exile condemned forced collectivization he had once advocated. Bukharin privately called it military feudal exploitation. But Stalin had learned from earlier struggles. Dissent meant destruction. Most remained silent, complicit through fear. By 1933, the worst had passed, not because policies changed, but because resistance was broken. Surviving peasants, traumatized and starved, entered collective farms. A new agricultural system emerged from the ruins. Collective farms and state farms covered the countryside. Private plots, grudgingly permitted, often produced more per hectare than collectivized fields. The cost in lives remains disputed. Conservative estimates suggest 5 million died in Ukraine alone. Total deaths from collectivization, starvation, deportation, execution, perhaps reached 10 million. Demographic analysis shows missing generations, children never born because their parents perished. Beyond body counts lay cultural devastation. Traditional village life, evolved over centuries, vanished overnight. Folk customs, songs, and celebrations were forbidden as backward. The peasant commune, which had survived serfdom and capitalism, dissolved into bureaucratic structures. Rural Russia became an occupied territory. Collectivization achieved its economic objectives partially. Grain procurements increased, though production fell. Cities were fed, though minimally. Exports earned foreign currency for industrialization. Most importantly, peasants were proletarianized. No longer independent producers, they became agricultural workers dependent on the state. The political consequences proved lasting. The party demonstrated its capacity for unlimited violence. No tradition, no moral boundary, no human cost could deter its will. Resistance was futile. The state would destroy millions to achieve its goals. This lesson, learned in blood, shaped Soviet society for generations. Stalin emerged from collectivization transformed. The patient bureaucrat who accumulated power through manipulation had become history's architect, reshaping society through will and terror. Success vindicated methods. If millions died creating modern agriculture, history would absolve the builders. The logic of revolution reached its terrible conclusion. The 5-year plans. Building industrial power at human cost. In 1928, while collectivization devastated the countryside, Stalin launched his second revolution, forced industrialization. The first 5-year plan promised to transform backward Russia into a modern industrial power. Fulfill the plan in 4 years, Stalin demanded. The impossible became mandatory through sheer political will. The plan emerged from genuine necessity. The Soviet Union remained dangerously weak. Capitalist powers had invaded during the Civil War. They would return unless socialism proved its superiority through steel and machinery. We are 50 to 100 years behind advanced countries, Stalin declared. We must cover this distance in 10 years, or they will crush us. Gosplan, the state planning agency, produced targets that defied economic logic. Coal production must double, steel output must quadruple, new industries, automobiles, chemicals, machine tools, must emerge from nothing. Entire cities must rise in empty steps. The planners, intoxicated by their power to reshape reality through bureaucratic decree, created a fantasy documented in precise statistics. Yet fantasy became reality through human suffering. The first five-year plan mobilized society like war. Propaganda portrayed construction as battle. Workers were soldiers. Managers were officers. Wreckers and saboteurs were enemies. Military vocabulary dominated discourse. Fronts, campaigns, victories, breakthroughs. Magnitogorsk embodied the plan's ambitions and contradictions. In 1929, empty steppes stretched where the Ural Mountains met Asia. By 1932, the world's largest steel plant operated there. American engineers, hired for expertise, marveled at the scope. Soviet workers, many yesterday's peasants, learned industrial skills through trial and fatal error. John Scott, an American volunteer, described Magnitogorsk's reality. Workers lived in tents and mud huts during 40-below winters. Food consisted of black bread and watery soup. Accidents killed dozens daily. No safety equipment, no training, just revolutionary enthusiasm and NKVD threats. Yet workers felt pride building socialism's forge. The Dnieper hydroelectric station represented another triumph. Europe's largest dam harnessed the river's power. Foreign visitors admired the engineering marvel. They didn't see Ukrainian villages submerged beneath the reservoir or peasants forced from ancestral homes. Progress demanded sacrifice. The state decided who sacrificed. Labor recruitment relied on multiple methods. Volunteers, especially communist youth, responded to propaganda. Economic incentives attracted others. Industrial workers received better rations than collective farmers. But coercion dominated. Peasants fleeing collectivization were channeled into construction. The passport system, introduced in 1932, controlled movement. Cities became gated communities requiring permission to enter. The Gulag provided another labor source. The prison camp system, expanding rapidly, supplied workers for the regime's most ambitious projects. The White Sea-Baltic Canal, built entirely by prisoners, demonstrated forced labor's possibilities. Hundreds of thousands dug through solid rock with primitive tools. The canal, too shallow for most ships, served propaganda better than transportation. Working conditions across industries resembled military slavery. The 7-day week was introduced. 5 days work, 1 day rest, staggered to maintain continuous production. Absenteeism became criminal. Changing jobs without permission meant prosecution. Trade unions transformed from workers' defenders into production enforcers. Yet amid coercion, genuine enthusiasm existed. Young communists competed in socialist emulation, racing to exceed norms. Alexei Stakhanov, a miner who supposedly extracted 102 tons of coal in one shift, 14 times the norm, became a national hero. The Stakhanovite movement spread across industries. Workers who couldn't match impossible records were labeled wreckers. The Cultural Revolution accompanied industrialization. Engineers from the old regime faced suspicion. The Shakti trial of 1928 accused mining engineers of sabotage. Show trials became regular events. Foreign specialists were arrested as spies. The message was clear: trust only red experts, even if they knew nothing. A new technical intelligentsia emerged from workers and peasants. Rabfacs, workers' faculties, provided crash education. Yesterday's lathe operator became today's engineer through accelerated courses. Quality suffered, but political reliability was assured. The sons of workers replaced the sons of the bourgeoisie. Women entered industry massively. Economic necessity and ideological commitment coincided. Traditional roles crumbled as women operated machinery and managed factories. Yet liberation proved partial. After factory shifts, women returned to domestic duties unchanged. The double burden became Soviet women's fate. The results defied easy categorization. By 1932, the first 5-year plan was declared fulfilled in 4 years. Statistics were manipulated, but real achievements existed. Steel production tripled. New industries emerged. Thousands of enterprises operated where none existed before. The Soviet Union was becoming an industrial power. The second five-year plan, 1933 to 1937, consolidated gains. Having created basic industries, planners emphasized quality and efficiency. Consumer goods received more attention, though heavy industry retained priority. Living standards improved marginally. The worst chaos of breakthrough construction passed. New cities showcased Soviet achievement. Komsomolsk-on-Amur rose in the far eastern wilderness. Novokuznetsk became Siberia's Pittsburgh. Each represented human victory over nature and capitalism. Each cost thousands of lives: frozen construction workers, starved prisoners, exhausted volunteers. The Moscow metro symbolized prestige construction. Palatial stations decorated with marble and mosaics served commuters. Palaces for the people, propaganda proclaimed. Foreign visitors marveled. They didn't ask about the labor gangs working underground in conditions resembling Dante's Inferno. By 1937, approaching the third five-year plan, the Soviet Union had transformed economically. Industrial production increased perhaps fivefold from 1928. The country produced its own machinery, weapons, vehicles. Technical dependence on capitalist countries ended. When war came, Soviet factories could match German production. The human cost paralleled collectivization's tragedy. How many died constructing socialism? Archives remain incomplete. Millions, certainly. Gulag prisoners, starved workers, accident victims. Beyond death lay broader suffering. Families separated, traditional communities destroyed, an entire society mobilized for state purposes. The psychological impact proved lasting. A generation learned that individual desires meant nothing before historical necessity. Personal comfort was bourgeois deviation. Sacrifice for the collective became the highest virtue. This mentality, forged during industrialization, shaped Soviet society permanently. Western observers divided sharply. Some saw heroic achievement, a backward country modernizing through collective will. Others saw totalitarian nightmare, progress built on bones. Both were correct. The five-year plans created an industrial power capable of defeating Nazi Germany. They also created a system that valued production over people, quantity over quality, political reliability over competence. Stalin's gamble succeeded on its own terms. The Soviet Union covered that 50-year gap in a decade. When Hitler invaded, Soviet factories outproduced German efficiency. T-34 tanks rolled from assembly lines staffed by workers trained during the plans. Victory in 1945 vindicated the suffering of the 1930s, at least for those who survived. The legacy endured beyond Stalin. Central planning, despite inefficiencies, remained sacred. Gigantic projects continued attracting resources. Production for production's sake became systemic habit. The command economy, created through extreme methods for extreme circumstances, couldn't adapt to normal development. What saved the Soviet Union in war doomed it in peace. The Great Terror, the party devours itself, 1936 to 1938. On December 1st, 1934, Sergei Kirov walked through the corridors of the Smolny Institute in Leningrad. The popular party secretary, sometimes mentioned as Stalin's potential rival, approached his office. A young communist named Leonid Nikolaev waited with a revolver. The shots that killed Kirov launched the most extraordinary political massacre in history. Within hours, Stalin arrived in Leningrad by special train. He personally interrogated suspects, even striking Nikolaev during questioning. The investigation expanded rapidly. Nikolaev had acted alone, but Stalin discovered a vast conspiracy. Former oppositionists, hidden enemies, terrorist networks all emerged from the assassination's smoke. The Kirov murder remains mysterious. Evidence suggests Stalin's involvement, eliminating a rival while creating pretexts for broader repression. But proof stays elusive. What matters is how Stalin used the event. Kirov's death became the touchstone for escalating terror that would consume millions. The law of December 1st, issued the day Kirov died, established new procedures. Investigations of terrorist acts must conclude within 10 days. No appeals were permitted. Death sentences were executed immediately. This decree, technically temporary, provided the legal framework for mass murder. Initial victims were former oppositionists. Zinoviev and Kamenev, already broken and exiled, faced new charges. They had morally inspired Kirov's murder through past opposition. The logic was novel. Political disagreement became retroactive terrorism. January 1935 saw the first trial. Prison sentences seemed mild. The real trials hadn't begun. Through 1935, arrests accelerated but remained targeted. Former nobles, priests, and socially alien elements filled expanding camps. The party itself seemed secure. Members who had recanted past errors continued working. The storm gathered but hadn't broken. The first Moscow show trial in August 1936 shocked the world. Zinoviev, Kamenev, and 14 other old Bolsheviks confessed to organizing a terrorist center directed by the exiled Trotsky. They had plotted to assassinate Stalin and other leaders. They had sabotaged industry. They had conspired with foreign powers. The confessions defied belief. Revolutionaries who had devoted their lives to socialism admitted serving capitalism. Men who had faced czarist prisons and civil war admitted cowardice and treason. Yet they confessed in open court, without apparent coercion. Western observers struggled to understand. Behind the theatrical confessions lay sophisticated torture. The NKVD had perfected psychological destruction. Prisoners faced the conveyor, continuous interrogation by rotating teams. Sleep deprivation, bright lights, and standing for days broke resistance. Physical torture, though used, proved less effective than threats against families. Interrogators presented confessing as a final service to the party. The party needed these confessions to educate the masses about hidden enemies. Personal truth mattered less than political necessity. Old Bolsheviks, trained to subordinate themselves to the party, made one last sacrifice. The second show trial in January 1937 featured another impossible conspiracy. Karl Radek, Yuri Pyatakov, and 15 others confessed to forming a reserve center backing Trotsky. They had sabotaged mines, derailed trains, and planned Germany's dismemberment of the USSR. The conspiracy expanded backwards. Current crimes required past foundations. Between show trials, terror metastasized throughout society. The NKVD received quotas like industrial enterprises. Each region must arrest specific numbers of enemies. Categories were established: former kulaks, nationalists, clergy, ex-officers. Local NKVD chiefs, competing to show vigilance, exceeded quotas. Overfulfillment became deadly. The military purge began with Marshal Tukhachevsky in May 1937. The brilliant commander who had modernized the Red Army was accused of plotting a military coup with German assistance. Secret trials condemned him and 7 other commanders. The officer corps' destruction followed systematically. The numbers stagger comprehension. 3 of 5 marshals were executed, 13 of 15 army commanders, 57 of 85 corps commanders. Half of all officers above the rank of major vanished. The Red Army, facing imminent war, destroyed its own leadership. Military expertise became evidence of treason. The third Moscow show trial in March 1938 surpassed previous absurdities. Bukharin, beloved party theoretician, and Rykov, former prime minister, led 21 defendants. They confessed to organizing a bloc of rights and Trotskyites responsible for every Soviet failure since 1918. They had murdered Kirov and Gorky, plotted to murder Lenin and Stalin, and planned to restore capitalism. Bukharin's performance proved extraordinary. While confessing to general conspiracy, he denied specific charges. His theoretical final statement used Marxist dialectics to explain his crimes. Between the lines, careful listeners heard a man declaring innocence while performing his executioner's script. It didn't save him. The Yezhovshchina, named after NKVD chief Nikolai Yezhov, peaked in 1937-38. Mass operations targeted entire categories. Order 00447 against former kulaks and criminals authorized 750,000 arrests and 350,000 executions. National operations followed. Poles, Germans, Latvians faced arrest solely for ethnicity. The terror's rhythm became industrial. Local NKVD offices worked night shifts, processing victims. Troikas, 3-person tribunals, reviewed cases in minutes. Standard sentences: 10 years without correspondence execution or 10 years in camps. Killing fields outside major cities received nightly shipments. Bulldozers covered mass graves. Denunciations became survival tools. Colleagues denounced rivals. Neighbors coveted apartments. Children taught that loyalty to Stalin superseded family, reported parents. Pavlik Morozov, the boy who denounced his father, became a national hero. The social fabric disintegrated into mutual suspicion. The party consumed itself most thoroughly. The 17th Party Congress of 1934, the Congress of Victors, saw 1,166 delegates. By 1939, 1,108 had been arrested. Of 139 Central Committee members, 98 were executed. Provincial committees were replaced entirely, sometimes repeatedly. Being a communist became more dangerous than being a class enemy. Certain institutions suffered exceptionally. The Comintern lost most of its leadership. Foreign communists who had sought refuge in Moscow were arrested as spies. Polish communists were virtually exterminated. More German communists died in Stalin's camps than Hitler's. The NKVD itself wasn't spared. Jean-Luc Yagoda, who had organized early purges, was shot for insufficient vigilance. His successor, Yezhov, would follow in 1940. NKVD officers who had conducted interrogations were arrested by their former subordinates. The serpent devoured its tail. Why did Stalin unleash such destruction? Explanations multiply without satisfying. Eliminating potential opposition before war, creating social atomization ensuring total control, personal paranoia systematized, all contain truth without explaining the scale. The terror exceeded any rational political purpose. By late 1938, even Stalin recognized the chaos-threatened state functionality. In November, he condemned excesses and removed Yezhov. Lavrenti Beria, the new NKVD chief, arrested those who had conducted terror. Some victims were released. The machinery of death slowed but never stopped. The Great Terror's toll defies precise calculation. Perhaps 750,000 executed, several million sent to camps, millions more suffered as relatives of enemies. Every family was touched. Soviet society emerged traumatized, atomized, and utterly subordinated to Stalin's will. The purges created a new elite. Positions emptied by terror were filled by young communists owing everything to Stalin. They had no revolutionary past, no independent thoughts, no loyalty except to their benefactor. This generation would rule the Soviet Union for decades. Internationally, the trials bewildered observers. Western intellectuals divided between those believing the confessions and those recognizing frame-ups. The Soviet Union's image as progressive alternative to fascism cracked. When war came, the military purge's impact became tragically apparent. The terror transformed Soviet society permanently. Fear became the organizing principle. Anyone could be an enemy. Past service meant nothing. Current loyalty offered no protection. Only Stalin remained secure, and God presiding over random destruction. The revolution that promised human liberation had created history's most comprehensive tyranny. Culture and control, socialist realism, and the new Soviet man. In April 1932, the Central Committee issued a decree dissolving all literary and artistic organizations. Independent groups that had flourished during the 1920s, prolet cult, left, rap, vanished overnight. In their place emerged single unions for writers, artists, composers, and filmmakers. Soviet culture entered its ice age. The doctrine of socialist realism, proclaimed at the First Congress of Soviet Writers in 1934, became the sole permitted aesthetic. Art must be national in form, socialist in content. It must depict reality in its revolutionary development. Most crucially, it must be accessible to the masses and serve the party's goals. Modernist experimentation was condemned as formalism. Maxim Gorky, the proletarian writer who had known Lenin, presided over culture's transformation. Once independent, even critical, Gorky now praised Stalin's wisdom and glorified forced labor. His essay on the White Sea Canal portrayed prisoners joyfully reforming themselves through work. Literature became lies decorated with prose. The cult of Stalin permeated every cultural product. Poets who had celebrated revolution now competed in praising the leader. O great Stalin, O leader of the peoples, thou who broughtest man to birth, thou who fructifiest the earth. These weren't marginal hacks, but major talents degrading themselves for survival. Visual arts submitted to similar constraints. Painters abandoned avant-garde experiments for heroic portraits of Stalin and idealized workers. Isaac Brodsky's paintings showed Stalin in every favorable light: the wise leader, the military genius, the friend of children. Alternative visions vanished into storage or destruction. Architecture embodied the new aesthetic monumentally. Constructivism's functional geometry yielded to wedding cake Baroque. The Palace of Soviets, planned to be the world's tallest building topped by a statue of Lenin, would have dwarfed the Empire State Building. Though never completed, its grotesque gigantism epitomized Stalinist culture. The Moscow metro stations, opened from 1935, showcased socialist realist principles. Marble columns, crystal chandeliers, and heroic mosaics transformed commuter platforms into underground palaces. The message was clear: socialism provided luxury for ordinary people. That the builders included thousands of prisoners remained unmentioned. Film, the most powerful medium, faced particular control. Eisenstein, master of revolutionary cinema, struggled to work. His experimental methods were condemned. Ivan the Terrible, seemingly safe as historical epic, drew Stalin's wrath for depicting a paranoid tyrant. The parallel was too obvious. Part 2 was banned until after Stalin's death. Musical composition followed prescriptions. Shostakovich's opera Lady Macbeth of Mtsensk premiered successfully in 1934. 2 years later, after Stalin attended, Pravda denounced it as muddle instead of music. The composer, fearing arrest, withdrew his Fourth Symphony and created the Fifth, subtitled A Soviet Artist's Response to Just Criticism. The assault on formalism in music demonstrated cultural control's absurdity. Dissonance, complex rhythms, and atonality were bourgeois deviations. Music must be melodic, optimistic, and comprehensible to workers. Prokofiev and Khachaturian adjusted their styles. Those who couldn't conform ceased composing or vanished. Theater, once experimental and radical, became a museum of 19th century classics and propaganda plays. Stanislavski's psychological realism survived by avoiding contemporary subjects. New plays featured heroic workers exceeding production norms and exposing wreckers. Audiences applauded from duty, not pleasure. Education was revolutionized to create the new Soviet man. Experimental pedagogy of the 1920s yielded to rigid discipline. School uniforms returned. Coeducation ended temporarily. History textbooks were rewritten repeatedly as yesterday's heroes became today's enemies. Children learned literacy through texts praising Stalin. The assault on religion intensified. Churches were demolished or converted to museums of atheism. Priests faced arrest as counter-revolutionaries. The League of Militant Godless organized anti-religious campaigns, yet belief persisted underground. Icons hid behind portraits of Stalin. Babushkas whispered prayers while teaching grandchildren communist songs. Science bent to ideological demands. Trofim Lysenko, an agronomist who rejected genetics for Lamarckian theories of inherited characteristics, gained Stalin's support. Soviet biology was crippled for generations. Scientists who defended genetics faced arrest. Nature itself must confirm Marxist-Leninist principles. Language became a battlefield. Words acquired new meanings or disappeared. Comrade replaced traditional titles. Peasants became collective farmers. Forced labor camps were corrective labor colonies. The secret police evolved through multiple euphemisms, Cheka, GPU, NKV, each renaming marking increased power. The press transformed into pure propaganda. Pravda, Truth, and Izvestia, News, printed identical stories praising achievements and denouncing enemies. Foreign news vanished except when depicting capitalist crises. Soviet citizens learned about their own country through rumors, since newspapers printed only fantasy. Radio Moscow broadcast optimism while millions starved. Happy collective farmers sang about abundant harvests during the famine. Workers celebrated exceeding norms while accidents multiplied. The gap between propaganda and reality created cognitive dissonance. Citizens learned to interpret media inversely. Silence meant catastrophe. Literature split between public lies and private truths. Published works featured positive heroes building socialism. Real literature went underground. Poets like Mandelstam composed for the desk drawer, knowing publication meant compromise or death. His epigram about Stalin, the Kremlin mountaineer, the murderer and peasant slayer, led to arrest and death. Children's literature indoctrinated from infancy. Stories featured young pioneers exposing enemies and baby animals learning collective principles. Korny Tchaikovsky's nonsense verses were criticized for lacking social content. Even fairy tales required political messages. The wolf represented kulaks, the industrious pig a shock worker. Popular culture offered escape within limits. Jazz, initially condemned as bourgeois, survived in Sovietized form. Football matches between Dynamo and Spartak provided safe outlets for passion. Chess flourished as intellectual competition without political content. These spaces of relative normalcy helped preserve sanity. The celebration culture reached extremes during holidays. November 7th parades displayed military might and orchestrated enthusiasm. Gymnasts formed living portraits of Stalin. Children released balloons carrying his image skyward. Spontaneous joy was choreographed into synchronized performance. Attendance was mandatory. Enthusiasm was survival. Cultural exchanges with the West virtually ceased. Foreign books, films, and music were banned or heavily censored. Soviet artists traveling abroad were watched constantly. Many who experienced Western culture never returned, becoming defectors and non-persons. The Iron Curtain descended culturally before politically. Yet, amid conformity, genuine achievements occurred. Literacy campaigns succeeded. Millions learned to read, even if texts were propaganda. Classical music and ballet, politically safe, received massive support. The Bolshoi Ballet achieved world-class status performing 19th century repertoire. High culture flourished within prescribed boundaries. The new Soviet man emerged from this cultural engineering, publicly enthusiastic, collectively minded, politically orthodox. But private life revealed different truths. Kitchen conversations mocked official stupidity. Jokes about Stalin circulated despite death penalties. The Soviet people developed dual consciousness, public conformity masking private dissent. By 1939, socialist realism had triumphed completely. Every poem praised Stalin. Every novel featured heroic workers. Every film showed socialism's victory. Culture became a mirror reflecting only what power wanted to see. Art's purpose, revealing truth, exploring beauty, challenging assumptions, was replaced by single function, glorifying the regime. This cultural straitjacket would outlive Stalin, relaxing only gradually. Generations of artists learned to self-censor, to encode meanings, to survive through compromise. The damage to creativity proved incalculable. When controls finally loosened, Soviet culture had to relearn authenticity. The new Soviet man, that ideological construct, never truly existed. But the attempt to create him scarred millions who had to pretend he did. On the brink, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact and the Winter War, August 23, 1939, shocked the world. In Moscow, Joachim von Ribbentrop, Nazi Germany's foreign minister, and Vyacheslav Molotov, his Soviet counterpart, signed a non-aggression pact. Fascism and communism, ideological enemies whose conflict defined the era, embraced in cynical partnership. Champagne toasts in the Kremlin sealed the fate of millions. The path to this moment wound through diplomatic failures and realpolitik calculations. Since Hitler's rise, Stalin had proclaimed anti-fascist solidarity. The Comintern ordered communists worldwide to form popular fronts with anyone opposing fascism. Soviet propaganda depicted Nazism as capitalism's last gasp before proletarian revolution. Yet beneath rhetoric lay strategic anxiety. The Munich Agreement of 1938 had shown Western democracies appeasing Hitler. They surrendered Czechoslovakia without consulting Moscow. Stalin interpreted this as encouraging German expansion eastward. Would Britain and France fight for Poland or negotiate another Munich, leaving Germany on Soviet borders? Soviet diplomatic overtures to Britain and France through 1939 met lukewarm responses. Military talks proceeded glacially. Western negotiators arrived in Moscow by slow boat, lacking authority to conclude agreements. They wouldn't guarantee the Baltic states or permit Soviet troops through Poland. Stalin suspected, not incorrectly, that the West preferred Germany and Russia to exhaust each other. Simultaneously, German signals suggested accommodation. Trade negotiations expanded into political discussions. Hitler, planning to invade Poland, needed Soviet neutrality. Stalin saw opportunities, time to prepare for inevitable conflict, territorial gains, and disrupting capitalist unity. Enemy yesterday could be partner today if interests aligned. The public pact pledged non-aggression and neutrality if either faced war. But secret protocols divided Eastern Europe into spheres of influence. Finland, Estonia, Latvia, Eastern Poland, and Bessarabia fell to Moscow. Lithuania initially went to Berlin, but later traded for Polish territory. Two dictators carved up independent nations like wedding cake. The Soviet propaganda machine pivoted instantly. Anti-Nazi rhetoric vanished overnight. Fascism was no longer mentioned. Anti-fascist committees dissolved. Communist parties worldwide, following Moscow's line, abandoned opposition to Hitler. French communists sabotaged war production. American communists preached isolationism. The intellectual whiplash destroyed many believers. September 1st, Germany invaded Poland from the west. Britain and France declared war, but took no effective action. The phony war began. On September 17th, the Red Army crossed Poland's eastern border. The official pretext, protecting Ukrainian and Belarusian minorities from chaos, fooled no one. Poland, fighting desperately on two fronts, collapsed within weeks. The partition's brutality shocked even cynical observers. Wehrmacht and Red Army officers coordinated operations. At Brest-Litovsk, where Lenin had signed his humiliating peace, German and Soviet forces held joint victory parades. NKVD units followed the army, arresting Polish officers, intellectuals, and potential resistors. Mass deportations to Siberia began immediately. The Katyn Forest massacre epitomized Soviet occupation. Over 20,000 Polish officers and intellectuals, prisoners of war, were systematically executed in April 1940. NKVD officers shot each victim in the back of the head, industrial murder disguised as wartime necessity. For decades, Moscow blamed the Nazis. Truth emerged only during Glasnost. Stalin moved quickly to secure his sphere. The Baltic states received ultimatums demanding military bases. Faced with overwhelming force, they submitted. Mutual assistance pacts provided fig leaves for occupation. Within a year, all three would be absorbed into the Soviet Union through rigged elections and forced requests for admission. Finland proved different. The Winter War exposed both Soviet aggression and military weakness. On November 30th, 1939, after Finland rejected demands for territory and bases, the Red Army invaded. Stalin expected quick victory. The Finnish army numbered 200,000 against millions of Soviet troops. Reality proved humbling. Finnish forces, led by Marshal Mannerheim, used terrain and weather brilliantly. In the forests of Karelia, small ski units ambushed Soviet columns trapped on narrow roads. The tactic gained a name, Mati, meaning a pile of logs ready for chopping. Entire Soviet divisions were surrounded and destroyed in the frozen wilderness. The Soviets attacked in human waves, expecting Finnish defenses to crumble. Instead, machine guns scythed down troops advancing across frozen lakes. Finnish snipers dressed in white, invisible against snow, terrorized Red Army units. One sniper, Simo Häyhä, called the White Death, killed over 500 Soviet soldiers. Soviet military incompetence shocked observers. Tanks advanced without infantry support. Artillery barrages hit empty forests while missing actual targets. Commanders, fearing initiative after the purges, waited for orders while their units froze. Soldiers in summer uniforms died from cold before seeing combat. The Red Army seemed a paper tiger. International sympathy flowed to Finland. Volunteers arrived from Sweden and Norway. Britain and France, despite fighting Germany, planned expeditions to aid Finland, partly from sympathy, partly hoping to cut German access to Swedish iron ore. The League of Nations expelled the Soviet Union, its only meaningful action before dissolving. Stalin raged at the debacle. Commanders were shot for failure. But ultimately, mass prevailed over skill. By February 1940, reformed Soviet forces broke through Finnish defenses. Artillery pulverized the Mannerheim Line. Fresh divisions replaced those destroyed. Finland, running out of ammunition and men, sought peace. The Moscow Peace Treaty of March 12, 1940, granted Stalin his original demands and more. Finland ceded 11% of its territory, including the strategic Karelian Isthmus. 400,000 Finns evacuated rather than live under Soviet rule. But Finland retained independence, a Pyrrhic victory for Moscow that cost perhaps 200,000 Soviet casualties against 25,000 Finnish. The Winter War's consequences rippled widely. Hitler, observing Soviet military failures, confirmed his belief that one kick would collapse the rotting structure. Western military observers agreed. The Red Army appeared incapable of modern warfare. This perception would encourage German aggression. Within the Soviet Union, military reforms accelerated. Some competent officers were released from camps. Traditional ranks and insignia returned. Training emphasized combined arms tactics. But systemic problems, fear of initiative, rigid hierarchy, political interference remained embedded. Reform competed with paranoia. The partnership with Germany yielded economic benefits. Soviet raw materials, oil, grain, minerals, flowed westward. German machinery and technology moved eastward. This trade helped Germany circumvent the British blockade while modernizing Soviet industry. Each partner strengthened the other for their inevitable conflict. Cultural exchanges accompanied economic ones. Soviet delegations toured German factories. German officers observed Red Army exercises. Gestapo and NKVD representatives discussed handling Polish resistance. The totalitarian states found common ground in methods despite ideological differences, yet tensions persisted beneath cordial relations. Stalin annexed Bessarabia and northern Bukovina from Romania in June 1940, exceeding agreed spheres. German troops appeared in Finland and Romania. Both sides maneuvered for advantage while maintaining alliance facades. Diplomats smiled while generals planned. Soviet expansion continued through 1940. The Baltic states were formally incorporated after elections where 99% voted for pro-Soviet candidates. Local elites were deported or executed. Russian settlers arrived to dilute national populations. 3 independent nations vanished from maps. The partnership's contradictions grew increasingly apparent. Communist parties, following Moscow's line, remained passive as Hitler conquered Western Europe. French communists welcomed German occupation initially, but Nazi ideology fundamentally opposed Slavic communism. Mein Kampf explicitly targeted Soviet territories for German expansion. By late 1940, strains showed openly. Molotov visited Berlin in November for negotiations. Hitler proposed dividing the British Empire. Molotov asked pointed questions about German troops in Finland and Romania. Air raid sirens, whether real or staged, interrupted talks. The meeting ended without agreements. Intelligence reports accumulated on both sides. Soviet agents reported German military buildups in Poland. Wehrmacht reconnaissance flights over Soviet territory increased. Border incidents multiplied. Yet Stalin dismissed warnings, fearing provocation. He trusted his strategic judgment over intelligence services. The Nazi-Soviet partnership represented pure realpolitik stripped of ideological pretense. 2 totalitarian leaders used each other for temporary advantage. Stalin gained territory and time. Hitler secured his eastern flank while conquering Western Europe. Both understood the arrangement's temporary nature. For ordinary citizens in occupied territories, the pact meant choosing between terrible alternatives. Polish intellectuals faced NKVD or Gestapo. Baltic peoples watched their nations disappear. Jews fleeing German zones found little safety in Soviet ones. The partition created a no-man's land of suffering between 2 tyrannies. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact revealed international relations' amoral core. Treaties meant nothing. Ideology bent to convenience. Yesterday's enemy became today's ally when interests aligned. The Western democracy's failure to engage seriously with Moscow pushed Stalin toward Hitler. The consequences would drench Europe in blood. By spring 1941, the partnership approached its end. German forces massed along Soviet borders. Stalin, despite mounting evidence, clung to his belief that Hitler wouldn't risk 2-front war before defeating Britain. Soviet forces remained deployed for offense, not defense. Warnings from Churchill, from Soviet spies, from German deserters were dismissed as provocations. The Winter War had shown Soviet weakness. The pact had bought time but reinforced German contempt. Territorial gains created longer borders to defend with an army still recovering from purges. Stalin's strategic brilliance had maneuvered the Soviet Union into mortal danger. On June 22, 1941, that danger would materialize with 3 million German soldiers crossing the frontier. The devil's bargain would exact its full price. The Great Patriotic War, Catastrophe and Survival, 1941 to 1942. June 22, 1941. 3 million German soldiers crossed the Soviet frontier along a front stretching from the Baltic to the Black Sea. The largest invasion force in human history crashes into an empire unprepared for the storm. Stalin had ignored dozens of warnings. British intelligence had shared intercepts. His own spies had sent urgent cables from Tokyo and Berlin. Even a German deserter swam across the border hours before to warn of the attack. Stalin dismissed them all as provocations. When the bombs began falling on Soviet cities that Sunday morning, he vanished into silence for over a week. The Red Army disintegrated. Entire divisions ceased to exist within days. German panzer columns raced forward, encircling hundreds of thousands of Soviet troops in massive pockets. At Minsk, at Smolensk, at Kiev, the pattern repeated. Officers shot themselves rather than face capture. Soldiers wandered in confusion, cut off from command. The purges had stripped the military of experienced leadership. Those who survived feared making decisions without permission from above. Initiative meant potential execution for deviation. The numbers defy comprehension. 300,000 Soviet prisoners taken in the first week, 600,000 encircled at Kiev alone in September. By December, over 3 million Red Army soldiers sat in German captivity, most destined to perish from starvation and exposure in open-air camps. The Wehrmacht advanced 30 miles per day in some sectors. Entire military districts vanished from the order of battle. Leningrad became a city under siege by September. The Germans cut the last land routes, trapping over 2.5 million civilians and soldiers. Hitler ordered the city destroyed by starvation and bombardment. No surrender would be accepted. Through the winter of 1941 to 42, people consumed anything remotely edible. Leather belts, wallpaper paste. The city's cats and dogs disappeared within weeks. Bodies lay in the streets, too numerous to collect. The official ration dropped to 125 grams of bread per day for civilians, a piece the size of a deck of cards. Over 600,000 perished in the siege's first year. Moscow seemed certain to fall. By October, German forward units could see the Kremlin's spires through binoculars. Panic gripped the capital. Government offices burned their archives. Stalin ordered key institutions evacuated eastward. Foreign embassies fled to Kuibyshev on the Volga. Looters ransacked abandoned shops. On October 16th, a near riot broke out as crowds stormed trains heading east. The NKVD shot deserters and restored order through fear. Stalin chose to remain. On November 7th, he held the traditional Revolution Day parade in Red Square as German artillery sat just miles away. Troops marched past Lenin's tomb and proceeded directly to the front lines. The message, Moscow would not surrender. The decision proved crucial for morale. Soviet reserves rushed from Siberia, fresh divisions pulled from the Far East after intelligence confirmed Japan would strike south rather than west. General Zhukov launched a desperate counteroffensive in December. The Germans, frozen and exhausted, fell back. Moscow survived. The evacuation of industry represented a feat of unprecedented scale. Entire factories dismantled, loaded onto trains, and shipped eastward. 1,500 major facilities relocated beyond the Urals. Workers reassembled production lines in open fields in the Siberian winter, often beginning work before walls or roofs existed. Within months, tank factories in the Urals outproduced their German equivalents. The Soviets understood this war demanded everything. The brutality extended beyond battlefields. German forces implemented plans for the systematic starvation of Slavic populations. Einsatzgruppen death squads followed the Wehrmacht, executing Jews, communists, and anyone deemed undesirable. Entire villages burned. At Babi Yar ravine near Kiev, over 30,000 Jews were shot in 2 days. Soviet citizens faced a genocidal occupation that made resistance the only option. Stalin's scorched earth orders left nothing for the invaders. Retreating forces destroyed crops, machinery, livestock, buildings. Civilians received orders to evacuate or face living under occupation. Millions fled eastward, crowding into cities already straining under the influx of evacuated industries. Those who remained often faced impossible choices between collaboration and resistance, survival and principle. The Red Army adapted through necessity. Political commissars at power decreased. Officers gained authority to make tactical decisions. Penal battalions formed from prisoners and those accused of cowardice, sent to clear minefields or lead suicidal assaults to redeem themselves. Women joined combat units in unprecedented numbers, serving as snipers, tank crews, and pilots. The 588th Night Bomber Regiment, flying outdated biplanes, harassed German positions nightly. The Germans called them night witches. Partisan warfare erupted behind German lines. Forests and swamps provided sanctuary for resistance groups. They sabotaged rail lines, ambushed convoys, gathered intelligence. The NKVD coordinated many units, maintaining Stalin's reach even in occupied territories. German reprisals proved savage, wiping out entire villages suspected of harboring partisans. The cycle of violence spiraled endlessly. By winter's end, the initial catastrophe had stabilized into grinding warfare. The Wehrmacht had suffered its first major defeat before Moscow, but German forces still occupied territory containing 40% of the Soviet population. They held the richest agricultural regions, crucial industrial centers, and sat deep inside Soviet territory. The war's outcome remained uncertain. Survival through 1941 represented achievement enough. The question now, could the Soviet Union do more than merely survive? The answer would come through blood and steel in battles yet to unfold. The tide turns, Stalingrad to Kursk, 1942-1943. Summer 1942 brought renewed German offensives. Hitler shifted focus southward toward the Caucasus oil fields, resources Germany desperately needed. Operation Blue split into two thrusts, one driving toward Baku's petroleum, the other toward a city bearing Stalin's name. The decision to take Stalingrad became an obsession, strategic logic overtaken by symbolic importance. The city stretched along the Volga's western bank, a vital transportation hub and industrial center. Its capture would cut Soviet river traffic and secure the Wehrmacht's flank. German Sixth Army under Friedrich Paulus approached in August. The Luftwaffe reduced much of the city to rubble in massive bombing raids. Then the street fighting began. Stalingrad became a new kind of hell. Combat occurred room by room, floor by floor, sometimes wall by wall within the same building. Soldiers fought in sewers, ruins, and cellars. The average life expectancy of a Soviet soldier arriving in the city, 24 hours. Reinforcements crossed the Volga under fire, many drowning or perishing before reaching shore. Vasily Chuikov's 62nd Army held a shrinking perimeter backs to the river. The Germans controlled most of the city by November. Soviet forces clung to pockets, the largest barely a mile deep. Supply became a nightmare for both sides. Every bullet, every crust of bread required desperate effort to deliver. Snipers ruled the ruins. Zaitsev and his fellow marksmen turned rubble into hunting grounds. Close combat made artillery nearly useless. Tank battles occurred at point-blank range, down shattered streets. Stalin had forbidden withdrawal. Not one step back meant exactly that. Order 2 and 27 established blocking detachments behind Soviet lines, machine gunners tasked with shooting anyone retreating without permission. Penal battalions cleared minefields with their bodies. The city's defense consumed units as fast as they arrived, yet somehow the line held. Zhukov planned differently than the Germans expected. Rather than feed more troops into Stalingrad's meat grinder, Soviet commands secretly assembled massive forces north and south of the city. Operation Uranus would strike at the weakest points in the Axis line, Romanian and Italian armies holding the flanks, poorly equipped and already demoralized. The offensive launched November 19th. Within 4 days, the pincers closed. Sixth Army, over 200,000 men, sat trapped. Hitler ordered Paulus to hold position, promised relief and air supply. The Luftwaffe could not deliver sufficient supplies. Winter closed in. Relief attempts failed. Romanian and Italian armies collapsed. The pocket shrank as Soviet forces tightened the noose. Inside the pocket, conditions deteriorated beyond endurance. Starvation set in. Frostbite claimed thousands. Horses slaughtered for food disappeared within weeks. Medical supplies ran out. The wounded lay in unheated cellars. Dysentery and typhus spread. Soldiers burned furniture and books for warmth. Some resorted to consuming the fallen. Paulus surrendered February 2, 1943, after Hitler promoted him to field marshal the day before, a hint that no German field marshal had ever surrendered. The gesture failed. 90,000 survivors marched into captivity, most destined never to return. Total Axis losses at Stalingrad exceeded 800,000. The city's defense cost the Soviets over 1 million casualties, but the strategic victory proved incalculable. The Red Army pushed westward through the winter. They retook Kursk, creating a salient bulging into German lines. Hitler saw opportunity. A massive pincer attack from north and south would cut off Soviet forces, restore momentum, prove German arms still supreme. Operation Citadel would be the largest tank battle in history. Both sides knew it was coming. Soviet intelligence learned German plans. Zhukov prepared defense in depth, minefields, anti-tank ditches, artillery positions layered miles deep. Over 20,000 mines per mile of front. Soviet factories worked around the clock producing the T-34, a tank that outmatched most German armor. New models like the KV-1 heavy tank and Su-152 assault guns rolled to the front. The Germans assembled their own armored might, new Tiger and Panther tanks, Elephant tank destroyers, thousands of vehicles. The offensive launched July 5th. German armor crashed into prepared Soviet defenses. Mines destroyed hundreds of tanks in the first hours. Soviet anti-tank guns positioned in kill zones devastated German formations. The advance slowed to meters per day. At Prokhorovka on July 12th, over 1,500 tanks clashed in open terrain. Smoke and dust obscured the battlefield. Soviet T-34s closed range rapidly, negating German tanks' superior guns. Burning vehicles dotted the landscape. Both sides claimed victory. Neither achieved breakthrough. The Germans had exhausted their offensive power. Soviet counteroffensives began before German attacks fully ceased. They struck toward Orel and Kharkov, punching through weakened German positions. The Wehrmacht retreated. Not the rout of 1941, but steady withdrawal under pressure. Hitler's last major offensive in the East had failed. From Kursk forward, Germany would fight defensively, trading space for time, both running short. The tide had turned decisively. Soviet industry now outproduced Germany in every category. The Red Army numbered millions, reserves flowing from deep within the empire. American and British aid arrived through Persia and Arkhangelsk, trucks, food, aircraft, raw materials. The Grand Alliance functioned, even as tensions simmered about opening a second front in France. The path to Berlin stretched long and bloody, but the direction now seemed certain. 2 years of apocalyptic warfare had transformed the Red Army from a force nearly destroyed into a battle-hardened instrument capable of matching and defeating the Wehrmacht. The cost staggers imagination. The determination proved unbreakable. The Soviet soldier had learned to fight and win. The vengeful advance to Berlin and the cost of victory. The Red Army rolled westward across a landscape of desolation. Through 1944, Soviet forces liberated Ukraine, Belarusia, and the Baltic republics. Each mile revealed the occupation's horror. Burned villages, mass graves, emptied ghettos. The brutality inflicted upon Soviet citizens during 3 years of occupation branded itself into the consciousness of every liberating soldier. Revenge became inevitable. As Soviet forces crossed into German territory, discipline fractured. East Prussia experienced the war's return with compound interest. Civilians fled westward in panic. Those who remained faced retribution. Red Army soldiers had seen their homes destroyed, their families scattered or worse. Now they moved through the enemy's heartland, and restraint proved difficult to maintain. The advance occurred on multiple fronts. In the north, the siege of Leningrad finally ended in January 1944 after 872 days. The city had survived, barely, its population reduced by 2/3. Those who lived through the siege bore physical and psychological scars that would never heal. The relief came too late for over 1 million who perished. The Bagration Offensive in June 1944 destroyed German Army Group Center. Named for a general in 1812, the operation deliberately launched on June 22nd, exactly 3 years after the invasion began. Soviet forces encircled and annihilated entire German armies. Over 300,000 casualties inflicted in weeks. Minsk liberated. The path to Poland opened. Warsaw presented complications. The Polish Home Army, loyal to the government in exile in London, launched an uprising in August as Soviet forces approached. They expected support. Stalin halted his armies outside the city. For 63 days, German forces methodically destroyed the Polish resistance while Soviet troops waded across the Vistula River. The cynicism proved breathtaking. When Soviet forces finally entered Warsaw in January 1945, they found ruins and a resistance conveniently eliminated. Romania switched sides in August, followed by Bulgaria. Finland negotiated an armistice. Hungary fought desperately, Budapest enduring a siege nearly as brutal as Leningrad. The Red Army ground forward, accepting enormous casualties to maintain momentum. Stalin wanted Eastern Europe secured before Western allies advanced too far. The final assault on Germany began in January 1945. Zhukov and Konev commanded the drives toward Berlin. They advanced through lands Germans had held for centuries. Königsberg, Breslau, Danzig fell after desperate sieges. The Wehrmacht fought harder defending the Reich than it had in Soviet territory, but the outcome no longer remained in doubt. Berlin's assault commenced April 16. Over 2 million Soviet troops, 6,000 tanks, 40,000 artillery pieces focused on the capital. Hitler, in his bunker beneath the Reich Chancellery, issued orders to non-existent armies. He promoted boys and old men to defend ruins. The Führer's delusions could not alter reality. The Red Army entered Berlin's suburbs against fanatical resistance. SS units and Hitler Youth fought from the rubble. Every building required clearing. Soviet forces advanced by overwhelming firepower, reducing structures to dust. The artillery barrage before the assault was so intense it registered on seismographs in Switzerland. The Reichstag became the symbolic objective. Soldiers raised the red flag atop its dome on April 30th, the same day Hitler took his life in the bunker below. Germany surrendered unconditionally May 8th. Europe's war ended. The scale of destruction defied comprehension. Berlin lay shattered, over 90,000 Soviet soldiers perishing in the final battle. The human cost haunts history. The Soviet Union lost over 27 million people. Exact numbers remain uncertain, perhaps unknowable. Nearly 20 million civilians perished from starvation, exposure, reprisals, systematic extermination. 8 to 11 million soldiers died in combat, captivity, or from wounds. Every family grieved. Entire villages lost their men. Some regions depopulated entirely. The gender imbalance scarred Soviet society for generations. Women outnumbered men drastically in the post-war years. Millions of widows and women who would never marry raised children alone. The war's demographic impact echoed through Soviet life for decades. Infrastructure lay in ruins across vast territories. Over 1,700 towns and 70,000 villages destroyed. 30,000 factories demolished. 65,000 kilometers of railway track torn up. Collective farms burned, livestock slaughtered. The richest agricultural regions reduced to wasteland. Yet victory came with expansion. The Red Army occupied Eastern Europe. Soviet forces sat in the heart of Germany. Stalin's empire extended further west than any czar had dreamed. The victory's cost would determine post-war politics for half a century. The soldiers who survived carried trauma that Soviet culture refused to acknowledge. The regime demanded celebration, not grief. Victory Day became sacred, but individual suffering remained private. Men who witnessed Stalingrad or the siege of Leningrad returned to rebuild a country while suppressing memories too terrible to voice. The war transformed Soviet identity permanently. The Great Patriotic War became the central myth of Soviet legitimacy. The regime emphasized Russian heroism while downplaying the contributions of other nationalities. The narrative emphasized Stalin's genius while obscuring his catastrophic errors in 1941. The memory became a tool of state propaganda, even as genuine sacrifice deserved honor. Liberation of concentration camps revealed Nazi genocide's full scope. Soviet soldiers found Majdanek and Auschwitz. The systematic murder of Jews shocked even hardened veterans. The Soviet press reported these discoveries, though Stalin's anti-Semitism would soon reassert itself in different forms. The price paid for victory exceeded what any nation should endure. The suffering inflicted and experienced left scars across the entire generation. Berlin's capture marked triumph born from apocalypse. The Soviet Union stood victorious, a superpower forged in unimaginable suffering. The question now, what world would rise from such ruins? The answer emerged slowly as wartime alliance fractured into Cold War division. The Iron Curtain descends. The birth of the bloc, 1945 to 1949. The wartime alliance dissolved before the victory celebrations ended. Stalin, Roosevelt, and Churchill met at Yalta in February 1945, dividing spheres of influence while Germany still fought. The agreements promised free elections in Eastern Europe. Stalin had no intention of honoring such commitments. Soviet security demanded friendly governments along its western border, and friendly meant communist-controlled. Poland became the first test. The London government in exile expected restoration. Stalin recognized the Communist Lublin Committee instead. The Home Army resistance, which had fought Germans for 6 years, faced arrest or worse from Soviet authorities. Leaders invited to Moscow for negotiations found themselves imprisoned. Elections occurred in 1947, thoroughly rigged. The pattern established itself. Red Army occupation determined political outcomes. In Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, and Czechoslovakia, local communists seized control with Soviet backing. Coalition governments formed initially, providing democratic cover. Then the coalitions dissolved through intimidation, rigged elections, and strategic arrests. By 1948, communist parties held total power across Eastern Europe, answerable to Moscow. Czechoslovakia's coup in February 1948 shocked the West. The country had maintained democratic traditions and possessed a functioning parliament. Communist Interior Minister Václav Nosek packed the police with party loyalists. When non-communist ministers resigned in protest, communists seized the moment. President Beneš, under pressure, appointed a communist government. Jan Masaryk, the foreign minister and symbol of democratic Czechoslovakia, fell from a window to his death. Officially suicide. Few believed it. Germany became Europe's central wound. The country divided into 4 occupation zones, but cooperation among the Allies eroded rapidly. Stalin demanded reparations on a scale that would cripple Germany permanently. The Soviets stripped their zone of industrial equipment, shipping entire factories eastward. They extracted reparations from current production while blocking economic recovery. Berlin sat within the Soviet zone, itself divided into 4 sectors. The city became a point of friction, Western presence deep inside communist territory serving as both symbol and vulnerability. The Western sector showed signs of recovery. The Eastern sector remained dark, impoverished, controlled. Stalin tested Western resolve in June 1948. Soviet forces blocked all ground access to West Berlin, cutting off 2 million people from supplies. The blockade aimed to force Western withdrawal. Instead, the Allies launched an airlift. For 11 months, aircraft landed every few minutes at Tempelhof, delivering food, coal, medicine. The logistical achievement proved Stalin had miscalculated. The blockade lifted in May 1949, a Soviet defeat without shots fired. The crisis accelerated Germany's division. The Western zones merged economically, introduced a new currency, moved toward establishing a separate state. The Federal Republic of Germany formed in May 1949. The Soviet zone responded with the German Democratic Republic in October. Germany's split formalized division across all of Europe. Soviet control in Eastern Europe meant more than political domination. Stalin demanded economic integration. The Council for Mutual Economic Assistance formed in 1949, binding satellite economies to Soviet needs. Trade occurred on terms favorable to Moscow. Resources flowed eastward. Eastern European industry rebuilt to serve Soviet requirements rather than local needs. The satellite states lost sovereignty in all meaningful ways. Soviet advisors infiltrated every government ministry. Secret police forces reported to Moscow as much as to local authorities. Show trials eliminated potential dissidents. In Hungary, Laszlo Rajk, a communist loyal to the party, confessed to imaginary crimes before execution. In Bulgaria, Trajko Kostov faced similar fate. Loyalty to Moscow required absolute submission. Yugoslavia presented the notable exception. Josip Broz Tito had led partisan resistance without Soviet help. His communist credentials proved impeccable, but he refused to become Stalin's puppet. The split in 1948 infuriated Stalin. The Cominform expelled Yugoslavia. Other Eastern European leaders who showed independence faced arrest for Titoism. The purges demonstrated that even communist orthodoxy provided no protection against Stalin's paranoia. Greece nearly joined the Soviet sphere. Civil war between communists and royalists raged from 1946 to 1949. Stalin, honoring his agreement with Churchill about percentages of influence, provided minimal support. The British and Americans backed the royalists heavily. The communists eventually lost, establishing NATO's southern flank. The war demonstrated limits to Soviet expansion where Western commitment proved firm. The Iron Curtain, in Churchill's phrase from 1946, divided Europe. On one side, parliamentary democracy, market economies, and individual rights, however imperfect in practice. On the other, communist dictatorships, planned economies, and societies under surveillance. The border became militarized, patrolled, deadly for those attempting to cross without permission. Eastern Europeans found themselves trapped in a system imposed from outside. Some had welcomed liberation from fascism, hoped for social transformation. Instead, they received a different tyranny. The Catholic Church faced suppression. Private property disappeared through nationalization. Agriculture collectivized. Intellectuals learned to self-censor or face consequences. The bloc's creation fulfilled Stalin's obsession with security through control. The invasion of 1941 would never repeat if Soviet power sat in the heart of Europe. But the method created permanent division, frozen conflict, and populations held against their will. The post-war settlement in Eastern Europe guaranteed future upheaval. The question was when, not if, resistance would emerge. The new map of Europe reflected victory's spoils. The Soviet Union expanded territorially, absorbing the Baltic states, eastern Poland, parts of Finland, Romania, and Czechoslovakia, plus gains from Germany and Japan. The empire reached its maximum extent. Moscow now commanded resources and populations from the Elbe River to the Pacific Ocean. The cost of acquiring and maintaining this empire would test Soviet power for decades. The Cold War's architecture stood complete by 1949, two hostile blocs facing each other across fortified borders, each certain of the other's malevolence. The Cold War heats spies, A-bombs, and the Korean proxy. Stalin understood nuclear weapons changed everything. The American monopoly on atomic bombs, demonstrated horrifically at Hiroshima and Nagasaki, created strategic imbalance. Soviet conventional forces outnumbered Western armies in Europe. But what use were tanks against cities reduced to ash? The crash program to develop Soviet nuclear capability became the regime's highest priority. Soviet espionage had penetrated the Manhattan Project deeply. Klaus Fuchs, a German physicist working at Los Alamos, passed detailed information to Soviet handlers. The Rosenberg network provided additional data. Soviet intelligence services, primarily the NKVD under Beria's control, coordinated the flow of nuclear secrets. This stolen information accelerated Soviet development by years, though exactly how many remains debated. The Soviet program also required massive scientific and industrial effort independent of espionage. Igor Kurchatov led the project, working under conditions of absolute secrecy and unlimited resources. Entire cities appeared on no maps, built solely to produce plutonium and enrich uranium. Tens of thousands labored in these closed installations, many prisoners from the Gulag. Radiation exposure received little attention. Results mattered, not safety. The first Soviet atomic test occurred August 29, 1949, at Semipalatinsk in Kazakhstan. The blast surprised American intelligence, which had predicted Soviet capability years away. The monopoly ended earlier than expected. Stalin now possessed the ultimate weapon. The nuclear age entered its most dangerous phase, two ideological enemies, both armed with civilization-ending technology. The arms race began immediately. Both sides developed more powerful weapons, better delivery systems, larger stockpiles. The hydrogen bomb, 1,000 times more destructive than the Hiroshima weapon, entered development. The Soviets tested their first thermonuclear device in 1953. Mutual assured destruction became doctrine. Neither side could attack without guaranteeing its own annihilation. Peace maintained through terror of extinction. Korea presented a different confrontation. The peninsula had split at the 38th parallel in 1945, Soviet forces occupying the north, Americans the south. Kim Il-sung, installed by Moscow, ruled the Democratic People's Republic in the north. Syngman Rhee, backed by Washington, led the Republic of Korea in the south. Both leaders claimed legitimacy over the entire peninsula. Both received arms from their patrons. Kim requested Stalin's permission to reunify Korea by force. Stalin hesitated initially. The risk of direct confrontation with America seemed high. But by 1950, several factors changed his calculation. China had fallen to Mao's communists in 1949, providing potential support. The Americans had withdrawn most forces from South Korea. Secretary of State Akeson's public statements seemed to exclude Korea from the American defensive perimeter. Stalin approved the invasion with conditions. The Chinese must agree to provide backup. Soviet involvement would remain covert, arms and advisors, but no direct combat forces. Kim assured Stalin that victory would come swiftly before Americans could intervene. The attack launched June 25, 1950, without warning. North Korean forces, equipped with Soviet tanks and artillery, rolled southward. The initial advance nearly succeeded. South Korean forces collapsed. Within weeks, only a small perimeter around Pusan remained in southern hands. Then, the Americans intervened under UN authorization. General MacArthur's amphibious landing at Incheon in September cut North Korean supply lines and reversed the war's direction. UN forces, predominantly American, pushed northward past the 38th parallel, approaching the Chinese border. Stalin pressed Mao to intervene. The Chinese leader hesitated, his country exhausted from civil war. But the prospect of American forces on China's border proved intolerable. In October, hundreds of thousands of Chinese volunteers crossed the Yao River, striking UN forces with overwhelming numbers. The war stabilized near the original border after months of brutal fighting. Soviet pilots flew MiG-15 fighters from bases in China, engaging American aircraft over MiG Alley. Soviet involvement remained officially denied. Pilots ordered to speak only Russian on radio. bodies recovered at all costs. The fiction of non-involvement fooled no one but maintained plausible deniability. The war dragged into stalemate. Trench warfare reminiscent of 1917 developed along the front. Negotiations began in 1951 but proceeded glacially, disputes over prisoner repatriation proving intractable. The fighting continued while diplomats argued. Stalin showed no urgency to end the conflict. A frozen war in Korea served Soviet interests, tying down American resources and attention. The human cost mounted. Millions of Koreans died, both military and civilian. Chinese casualties exceeded 1 million. The peninsula's infrastructure lay in ruins. American bombing of the North proved relentless, destroying virtually every structure of value. The war demonstrated that nuclear weapons, while dramatically affecting strategic calculations, did not prevent conventional conflicts between proxy forces. The Korean War established patterns that would persist throughout the Cold War. Direct superpower confrontation remained too dangerous. Instead, competition occurred through proxies, client states, and insurgencies in the developing world. Each side armed its chosen factions. Each sought advantage without triggering nuclear exchange. Limited wars became the norm in the nuclear age. Soviet strategy emphasized supporting national liberation movements or forces that could be portrayed as such. Communist ideology provided justification for intervention anywhere bourgeois imperialism could be identified. The reality involved calculating advantage and managing risk. Stalin's successors would continue this approach, seeking to expand Soviet influence while avoiding apocalyptic escalation. The development of Soviet nuclear weapons fundamentally altered global politics. The United States could no longer threaten atomic attack without facing retaliation. This strategic parity, however fragile initially, forced both sides toward caution. The Cold War would be fought through espionage, propaganda, economic competition, and proxy conflicts rather than direct military confrontation between the superpowers. The nuclear shadow extended over everything. Civil defense programs trained citizens to duck and cover. Fallout shelters appeared. The fear became embedded in culture, a constant background radiation of anxiety. Children grew up understanding that their world might end in nuclear fire. The threat proved destabilizing and stabilizing simultaneously, preventing major war while creating permanent tension. Korea remained divided when the armistice was finally signed in July 1953, months after Stalin's death. The war solved nothing. The border barely shifted. But the conflict demonstrated the Cold War's global nature. No region proved too remote for superpower competition. Every revolution, every civil war, every independence movement became potential ground for proxy conflict. The world had divided into camps, and neutrality became increasingly difficult to maintain. The cult of personality, Stalin's paranoid twilight, 1945 to 1953. Victory should have brought peace. Instead, Stalin's final years intensified domestic repression. The wartime alliance with the West dissolved into mutual suspicion. Inside the Soviet Union, anyone who had contact with foreigners, anyone who had been a prisoner of war, anyone who had lived under occupation, fell under suspicion. The NKVD, renamed MVD and MGB, but unchanged in function, resumed its work. Returning prisoners of war faced interrogation and often deportation to the Gulag. How had they survived German captivity? Only traitors survived. The logic went. Collaboration must have occurred. Soldiers who had endured unimaginable suffering in Nazi camps found themselves sent to Soviet camps in Siberia. Hundreds of thousands vanished into this bureaucratic cruelty. The cult of Stalin's personality reached grotesque heights. His image appeared everywhere, portraits in every office, statues in every city. Newspapers credited him personally for every achievement. Histories were rewritten to place Stalin at the center of all revolutionary events, his role in the Civil War inflated, his relationship with Lenin idealized, his strategic genius during the war accepted as fact, despite catastrophic errors in 1941. The Leningrad affair demonstrated that geographic loyalty meant nothing. The city's party leadership had performed admirably during the siege. Alexei Kuznetsov and Nikolai Voznesensky seemed destined for higher positions. Instead, in 1949, Stalin moved against them. The charges were vague: nationalism, creating a power base independent of Moscow, economic mismanagement. Both were executed along with hundreds of others connected to Leningrad's wartime leadership. The affair served as a reminder that competence provided no protection. Zhdanov, Stalin's cultural commissar, led campaigns to enforce ideological conformity. The Zhdanovshchina attacked anyone showing Western influence or insufficient patriotic fervor. Composers like Shostakovich faced denunciation for formalism. Geneticists who rejected Lysenko's pseudoscientific theories lost positions or worse. The Academy of Sciences purged members. Creative and intellectual life suffocated under demands for socialist realism and party loyalty. Anti-Semitism, always present in Russian culture, received official encouragement. Stalin had used Jews in the party and secret police for years, but post-war he turned against them. The creation of Israel complicated matters. Soviet Jews who showed interest in the new state faced accusations of Zionism and dual loyalty. The anti-cosmopolitan campaign targeted Jewish intellectuals, artists, and scientists. Yiddish culture, which had flourished in the 1920s, faced systematic destruction. The Doctor's Plot in 1953 revealed Stalin's paranoia had reached delusional levels. The accusation, Kremlin doctors, mostly Jewish, were assassinating Soviet leaders through medical malpractice on behalf of Western intelligence and Zionist organizations. The confessions came through torture. The conspiracy theory was absurd, yet arrests proceeded. The Soviet press whipped up anti-Semitic hysteria. Plans reportedly existed for mass deportation of Jews to Siberia, though documentation remains disputed. Stalin trusted no one. His dinners with Politburo members resembled command performances. Leaders competed to stay in favor through flattery and shows of loyalty. Molotov's wife was arrested. He abstained from the vote rather than oppose it. Beria ran the nuclear program and security apparatus, wielding enormous power while knowing his position depended entirely on Stalin's whim. Malenkov and Khrushchev maneuvered for position, aware that falling from favor meant probable death. The dictator's health declined. He suffered from arteriosclerosis, high blood pressure, increasing paranoia. His rages grew more frequent, his suspicions more irrational. He retreated to his dacha outside Moscow, summoning officials at unpredictable hours, maintaining control through fear and unpredictability. The night of March 1st, 1953, Stalin's guards found him collapsed on the floor of his room. He had suffered a stroke, lying helpless for hours before anyone dared enter. The delay in finding him, the delay in summoning medical help, the reluctance of doctors to treat him given the doctor's plot hysteria, all contributed to ensuring the stroke proved fatal. He died March 5th. The announcement triggered genuine grief among millions who knew no other leader, whose entire political consciousness formed under his rule. Others felt profound relief, careful not to show it. The body lay in state in the Hall of Columns. Hundreds perished in the crowds trying to view the corpse. The funeral proved massive, orchestrated, the final spectacle of the cult. The 25 years since Lenin's death had transformed the Soviet Union utterly. Industrialization accomplished, collectivization completed, the war won at unthinkable cost, the empire expanded, nuclear weapons acquired, but the price exceeded any rational calculation. Tens of millions dead from famine, purges, war, and gulag. An entire society living under surveillance and fear. Economic development achieved through slave labor and command. Culture strangled. Truth eliminated. Stalin's legacy would haunt the Soviet Union until its end. The personality cult demonstrated the danger of concentrated power unchecked by institutional limits. The paranoia that eliminated imaginary enemies weakened the state against real threats. The suffering inflicted on the population created trauma that persisted for generations. Yet the regime Stalin built survived him, its structures and methods continuing long after the dictator's death. The question facing his successors, could the system function without the terror? Could it adapt? Or had Stalin's methods become so embedded that the entire structure depended on permanent repression? The answers would emerge slowly through the chaotic transition that followed. But in March 1953, the immediate concern focused on preventing the power struggle from destroying everyone involved. Stalin's death ended one era and began another, though the full implications remained unclear. The system would change. How much and how fast would determine the Soviet Union's future. The thaw, Khrushchev's secret speech, and de-Stalinization. Stalin's death created a vacuum, an immediate crisis. Who would lead? The Politburo members understood their vulnerability. United, they could prevent any single successor from establishing dictatorship. Divided, they faced purges. Collective leadership emerged from necessity, not principle. Beria moved first. As head of security services, he controlled the apparatus of repression. He released political prisoners, announced investigations into fabricated cases like the doctor's plot, positioned himself as reformer. The other leaders recognized the threat. In June 1953, barely 3 months after Stalin's death, Malenkov and Khrushchev arranged Beria's arrest during a Politburo meeting. Military units loyal to Zhukov provided muscle. Beria faced trial for treason and espionage, charges as fabricated as those he had created for thousands. He was executed in December. The power struggle continued more subtly. Malenkov served as premier, promising consumer goods and better living standards. Khrushchev held the party position as first secretary, less prestigious but providing control over party appointments. Through 1954 and 1955, Khrushchev consolidated power through the party apparatus, the same methods Stalin had used. Malenkov fell from the premiership in 1955. Bulganin replaced him, but Khrushchev held real authority. The 20th Party Congress in February 1956 changed Soviet history. Khrushchev delivered a speech in closed session on the Congress's final night. 4 hours long, it systematically detailed Stalin's crimes. The purges, the fabricated plots, the torture-extracted confessions, the cult of personality that violated Lenin's principles. The delegates sat in shocked silence as decades of suppressed truth poured forth. The speech, officially secret, spread rapidly. Copies reached foreign communist parties. Western intelligence obtained the text. Within weeks, the contents circulated throughout the Soviet Union, passed hand to hand, whispered conversations confirming what people had suspected but never dared voice. The truth had official acknowledgement, however limited. De-Stalinization proceeded unevenly. Stalin's body removed from the mausoleum. Statues came down in some cities. Stalingrad renamed Volgograd. The most obvious symbols disappeared, but the speech maintained careful limits. Khrushchev blamed Stalin personally while insisting the system remained sound. The party had committed no fundamental errors. Socialist construction continued correctly. Only Stalin's personality cult and violations of socialist legality required correction. Political prisoners began returning from the Gulag. Millions had perished, but survivors emerged from camps, blinking in sunlight, broken in health but alive. They returned to cities and villages, their presence testament to the regime's cruelty. Families reunited after decades. Some victims received posthumous rehabilitation, their names cleared, though this hardly helped the dead. The cultural thaw permitted limited creative freedom. Ilya Ehrenberg's novel gave the period its name. Writers could address previously forbidden topics, though carefully. Solzhenitsyn's One Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich appeared in 1962, describing Gulag life in devastating detail. The publication required Khrushchev's personal approval and signaled how far the thaw extended. Eastern Europe heard the speech and erupted. Poland's workers rioted in Poznan in June 1956, protesting conditions and Soviet control. The uprising was suppressed, but Khrushchev accepted the more liberal Gomułka as Polish leader. Hungary went further. Budapest students and workers took to the streets in October, demanding democratic reforms and Soviet withdrawal. Imre Nagy became prime minister, announced Hungary's neutrality and withdrawal from the Warsaw Pact. Khrushchev initially seemed willing to negotiate, then hardliners in Moscow insisted on intervention. Soviet tanks rolled into Budapest in November. The fighting proved brutal. Hungarian fighters used Molotov cocktails and small arms against armor. The Soviets ruthlessly suppressed resistance. Over 2,500 Hungarians died. 200,000 fled across the Austrian border. Nagy sought refuge in Yugoslavia's embassy, emerged under promise of safe conduct, was arrested and eventually executed. The thaw had limits measured in blood. The Hungarian intervention demonstrated that de-Stalinization did not mean liberalization of the bloc. Satellite states would not be permitted to leave the Soviet sphere. Khrushchev's denunciation of Stalin's crimes did not extend to questioning Soviet control over Eastern Europe. The contradiction became clear, criticizing Stalin's repression while using similar methods to maintain the empire. Within the Soviet Union, the thaw permitted more open discussion, but within strict boundaries. The party retained absolute political control. The secret police, though reined in from Stalin's excesses, still monitored society. Dissent found more subtle expression. Samizdat literature circulated privately, but open opposition remained impossible. Khrushchev's position strengthened through 1957. The anti-party group, including Molotov, Kaganovich, and Malenkov, attempted to remove him. They had a majority in the Presidium. Khrushchev appealed to the Central Committee, which he controlled through years of appointments. The committee backed him. His opponents fell from power, but in contrast to Stalin's methods, kept their lives. Molotov became ambassador to Mongolia, a form of exile, but not execution. Economic reform accompanied de-Stalinization. Khrushchev pushed for agriculture improvements, including his disastrous Virgin Lands campaign to cultivate Kazakhstan. He decentralized industrial management through regional councils. He promised to overtake America in production. The reforms produced mixed results, some improvements, but also confusion and waste. The thaw created hope that the system could transform without collapsing. That Stalinist terror was not inherent to socialism, that the Soviet Union could provide both security and freedom, abundance and justice. This hope proved strongest among the intelligentsia, those who remembered the 1920s or imagined what socialism without Stalin might achieve. But the thaw remained incomplete, conditional, reversible. Khrushchev's own authority rested on the party apparatus Stalin built. The structures of control persisted even as the most extreme repression eased. The economy remained centrally planned. Society remained under surveillance. The fundamental relationship between state and citizen had not changed, only the level of terror. The secret speech was revelation and limitation. It acknowledged crimes while protecting the system that enabled them. It permitted criticism of the past while restricting discussion of the present. It released prisoners while maintaining the camps. This contradiction defined the thaw and ensured its eventual limits. Reform without fundamental change could only proceed so far before threatening the system itself. Khrushchev would discover this boundary through the upheavals to come. The kitchen debates, consumerism, culture, and the space race. The late 1950s brought competition beyond military might. Khrushchev announced socialism would overtake capitalism in production, would demonstrate superior living standards. The boast required substance. Soviet citizens wanted better housing, more food, consumer goods beyond bare necessities. The standard of living had improved since Stalin's death, but remained austere compared to the West. Khrushchev launched ambitious programs. Mass housing construction created apartment blocks throughout Soviet cities. The buildings were cheap, poorly built, cramped by Western standards, but offered families their own space rather than communal apartments. Millions moved from barracks and shared rooms into individual units. The improvement was real, even if the quality was modest. The space race provided spectacular demonstration of Soviet technical achievement. On October 4, 1957, the R-7 rocket placed Sputnik into orbit, the first artificial satellite. The metal sphere's beeping signal could be received by amateur radio operators worldwide, proof of Soviet capability. America reacted with shock and increased investment in its own program. The Soviets pressed their advantage. Sputnik 2 carried Laika the dog into orbit a month later, demonstrating life support systems. In 1961, Yuri Gagarin became the first human in space, orbiting Earth on April 12th. The achievement generated genuine pride. Gagarin's flight proved Soviet science and engineering could match or exceed Western accomplishments. The propaganda value proved immense. Beneath the triumphs lay the reality of economic priorities. The space program received unlimited resources, while consumer goods remained scarce. Soviet factories produced missiles and satellites but struggled to make decent shoes. The command economy excelled at focused objectives: electrification, heavy industry, spaceflight. It failed at meeting diverse consumer demands. Store shelves stood empty of basics while rockets launched cosmonauts. Cultural exchange became another battlefield. The American National Exhibition opened in Moscow in July 1959, showcasing American consumer culture. Kitchen appliances, television sets, automobiles, a model American home. The message: capitalism delivers abundance. Vice President Nixon arrived to open the exhibition. Khrushchev confronted Nixon in the model kitchen, their exchange captured on film and broadcast to millions. Khrushchev insisted Soviet citizens needed substance, not gadgets. Nixon countered that choice and variety demonstrated freedom. Both men scored points, playing to different audiences. The kitchen debate symbolized competition shifted from tanks to washing machines, from ideology to living standards. The cultural thaw permitted greater contact with the West. International competitions allowed Soviet athletes to compete abroad. The Bolshoi Ballet toured Western capitals, demonstrating artistic achievement. Western films appeared in limited release. Jazz, officially criticized during Stalin's era, gained grudging acceptance. Young Soviets embraced the style despite official disapproval. Rock and roll proved more problematic. The regime saw American popular music as cultural subversion, yet it spread through illicit recordings and foreign radio broadcasts. The Stilyagi, Soviet youth who adopted Western fashion and music, faced harassment but persisted. The state could not completely control cultural influence when borders became more permeable. Literature experienced genuine renaissance during the thaw. Yevtushenko and Voznesensky represented a new generation of poets, reading to packed auditoriums, addressing contemporary themes. Pasternak's Dr. Zhivago appeared abroad in 1957 after Soviet publishers rejected it. The novel's publication and Pasternak's Nobel Prize created scandal. The regime forced him to decline the prize, denounced him as traitor, but could not completely suppress the work. Science thrived in specialized areas. Soviet physicists made genuine contributions to theoretical physics. Mathematicians achieved international recognition. But the system's ideological demands created problems. Lysenko's pseudoscientific genetics still held official favor, damaging Soviet biology. Cybernetics was initially denounced as bourgeois before recognition of its value forced policy change. Television expanded rapidly, providing new propaganda tool and entertainment medium. Soviet citizens watched carefully staged news, historical dramas reinforcing approved narratives, and limited entertainment programming. The medium connected the vast country, creating shared cultural reference points across time zones. Education expanded, particularly in technical fields. The Soviet Union produced engineers and scientists in large numbers, though the quality varied. Technical education served state needs, producing specialists for industry and military. Liberal arts received less emphasis, though language training expanded to support diplomatic and intelligence needs. The attempt to overtake America economically faced fundamental obstacles. The command economy could mobilize resources for specific objectives, but lacked mechanisms for efficiency. Central planning struggled with complexity. Managers met quotas by producing quantity without regard for quality. Innovation stagnated outside military and space sectors. The agriculture sector remained chronically underproductive despite massive investment. Khrushchev's corn campaign exemplified the problems. Inspired by American yields, he demanded corn cultivation throughout the Soviet Union, including regions climatically unsuitable. The campaign failed but continued because no one dared contradict the leader. Resources wasted on ideology-driven agriculture policy, while genuine problems went unaddressed. The Virgin Lands campaign to cultivate Kazakhstan initially showed promise, expanding grain production. But poor farming practices led to soil erosion, dust storms, and declining yields. Short-term gains evaporated as environmental damage became apparent. The campaign demonstrated that central planning could mobilize resources but lacked feedback mechanisms to correct errors. Consumer dissatisfaction grew despite improvements. Shops suffered chronic shortages. Lines formed whenever desirable goods appeared. Quality remained poor. Soviet citizens joked about it constantly, humor providing relief from frustration. The gap between propaganda and reality created cynicism even among party loyalists. The comparison with the West became impossible to ignore. Western radio broadcasts, though jammed, could be heard. Travelers returned with stories of abundance. The kitchen debate brought the contrast into millions of Soviet homes. The regime's promise to overtake capitalism rang hollow when citizens could not buy decent clothing or find fresh vegetables. Khrushchev's boasts about overtaking America set a standard the system could not meet. The competition shifted from military strength, where parity existed, to living standards, where the gap remained obvious. The space program provided spectacular victories, but could not mask everyday shortages. The thaw had raised expectations the economy struggled to fulfill, creating tensions that would eventually contribute to Khrushchev's downfall. The Berlin Wall and the Cuban Missile Crisis. Brinkmanship. Berlin remained the Cold War's most dangerous point of friction. The divided city sat within East Germany, Western sectors providing showcase of capitalism deep in communist territory. The contrast proved devastating. West Berlin thrived, rebuilt with Marshall Plan aid, shops full, culture vibrant. East Berlin stagnated under socialist planning, gray concrete, empty shelves, constant surveillance. The population voted with their feet. Between 1949 and 1961, over 2.5 million East Germans fled to the West through Berlin. The brain drain proved catastrophic. Doctors, engineers, teachers, skilled workers crossed sector boundaries, took the subway to freedom. The hemorrhage destabilized East Germany's economy and embarrassed the entire Soviet bloc. Socialism could not maintain legitimacy when citizens fled at first opportunity. Khrushchev demanded the West withdraw from Berlin. He issued ultimatums, threatened to sign a separate peace treaty with East Germany that would end Western access rights. The confrontation risked war. President Kennedy refused to abandon Berlin. The standoff continued through 1961, tension mounting. The solution came brutally and suddenly. On August 13, 1961, East German forces began sealing the sector boundary. Barbed wire went up overnight. Families separated, workers cut off from jobs, the city physically divided. Over following weeks, the barrier evolved into concrete wall, guard towers, minefields, a death strip designed to prevent escape. The wall stood as admission of failure. Socialism could not compete, could only survive by imprisoning its population. The propaganda impact proved devastating, yet the practical problem was solved. The exodus stopped. East Germany stabilized economically, though at the cost of acknowledging its system required walls to survive. The wall would stand for 28 years, symbol of division, reminder that the communist bloc held its citizens by force. Over 100 perished attempting to cross it. Families remained separated for decades. But immediate crisis eased. Kennedy accepted the wall's construction rather than risk war. The city remained divided, but confrontation subsided. Cuba presented different dangers. Castro's revolution had overthrown Batista in 1959, initially without clear communist ideology. American hostility and economic pressure pushed Castro toward the Soviet Union. Khrushchev saw opportunity, a socialist ally 90 miles from Florida, a strategic foothold in America's sphere. Soviet aid flowed to Cuba. Economic support, military advisors, conventional weapons. The relationship deepened after the failed Bay of Pigs invasion in 1961 demonstrated American willingness to use force. Castro requested protection. Khrushchev saw a chance to alter the strategic balance. Soviet nuclear missiles in Cuba would offset American missiles in Turkey and Italy. The deployment would demonstrate Soviet power, provide leverage over Berlin, defend Cuba from invasion. Khrushchev approved the plan, codenamed Operation Anadir. In summer 1962, Soviet ships began secretly transporting medium-range ballistic missiles to Cuba. American U-2 reconnaissance flights discovered the missile sites in October. The photos showed clearly identifiable launch facilities under construction. Kennedy faced crisis. Soviet nuclear missiles in Cuba, capable of striking Washington and most American cities with minimal warning time, represented an unacceptable threat. Kennedy announced a naval blockade, called it a quarantine to avoid technical act of war. American forces went to DEFCON 2, one step below war. Nuclear bombers took to the air, loaded and ready. The Navy prepared to intercept Soviet ships heading for Cuba. Military leaders advocated immediate airstrikes, followed by invasion. Kennedy held back, seeking diplomatic solution while maintaining military pressure. The confrontation lasted 13 days. Soviet ships approached the quarantine line. Would they stop or attempt to run the blockade? Submarines escorted the convoys, some equipped with nuclear torpedoes, their captains authorized to use them if attacked. The moment of maximum danger came when American destroyers detected and pursued one submarine. The submarine captain nearly launched his nuclear torpedo before cooler heads prevailed. Khrushchev faced impossible choices. Backing down would mean humiliation, appearing weak, undermining his position. But war meant nuclear exchange, devastation beyond imagination. The correspondence between the leaders reflected the stakes. Kennedy offered private assurance that American missiles in Turkey would be removed after the crisis. The formula allowed both sides to claim victory. On October 28th, Khrushchev announced the missiles would be withdrawn. The immediate crisis passed. Both leaders had stepped back from the precipice. The episode demonstrated nuclear brinkmanship's terrifying logic. Conventional diplomacy's rules no longer applied when miscalculation meant potential extinction. The aftermath brought changes. A direct hotline established between Washington and Moscow, ensuring leaders could communicate instantly during crisis. Both sides recognized the danger they had created. The Limited Nuclear Test Ban Treaty in 1963 represented first steps toward arms control, banning atmospheric testing. For Khrushchev, the missile crisis contributed to his fall from power. His Politburo colleagues saw the Cuban adventure as reckless gamble that nearly triggered war. The withdrawal appeared as humiliation, despite any private agreements. His position weakened steadily after Cuba. The crisis demonstrated limits of nuclear diplomacy. Both superpowers possessed weapons capable of destroying civilization, yet this power could not translate into political advantage without risking mutual annihilation. The paradox defined Cold War strategy, tremendous destructive capability rendered largely unusable. The two crises, Berlin and Cuba, revealed the Cold War's dual nature. Local disputes over specific territory could escalate toward nuclear confrontation. Yet the ultimate weapon's existence forced restraint and negotiation. Neither side could afford to push confrontation to final conclusion when winning meant dying. The Soviet Union had achieved strategic parity by early 1960s. Nuclear weapons, delivery systems, a network of allies. But the crises revealed that military power could not overcome fundamental problems. Economic weakness, ideological exhaustion, the necessity of walls to prevent citizens from leaving. These issues would grow more acute as the decade proceeded, though they remained hidden beneath surface stability. Both Berlin and Cuba became frozen conflicts, dangerous but contained. The wall stood, a visible scar across the city. Cuba remained communist but isolated. Neither side had won decisively, but catastrophic war had been avoided. This would define Cold War competition. Constant tension, occasional crisis, ultimate restraint, enforced by mutual terror. The next decades would test whether this unstable equilibrium could persist, or whether the system's internal contradictions would force change. The era of stagnation, Brezhnev and the social contract. Khrushchev fell in October 1964, removed by Politburo colleagues who tired of his erratic leadership and risky adventures. The ouster was civilized by Soviet standards. No execution, no prison, simply forced retirement. He lived quietly in Moscow until death in 1971, writing memoirs that would not appear in the Soviet Union for decades. Leonid Brezhnev emerged from the collective leadership, not immediately dominant, but gradually consolidating power through familiar methods. Unlike Stalin or Khrushchev, Brezhnev sought stability and consensus. The style matched the era's mood. Enough upheaval, enough experimentation, time for predictability and order. The Brezhnev years established an implicit social contract. The regime would provide job security, stable prices, basic consumer goods, subsidized housing and food. In exchange, citizens would not question political control, would maintain public conformity, would not challenge party authority. This arrangement defined the era of stagnation. Economic growth slowed but continued through the 1960s and early 1970s. The system that excelled at heavy industry and military production struggled with consumer economy's complexity. Central planning could build steel mills but could not efficiently distribute shoes. Shortages persisted despite production increases. Quality remained poor. Innovations stagnated outside military sectors. The oil boom of the 1970s masked underlying problems. Soviet petroleum exports generated hard currency, enabling grain imports and some consumer goods purchases from abroad. The windfall created illusion of health while structural problems worsened. When oil prices eventually fell, the economy lacked mechanisms to adapt. Corruption became systemic rather than exceptional. Bribery greased the wheels of a system that could not function otherwise. Access to goods required connections. Blatt, the network of informal favors and exchanges, determined quality of life more than official position. The party elite enjoyed special stores, vacation homes, imported goods while lecturing about socialist equality. The nomenklatura, the party elite, evolved into separate class. Children inherited positions through family connections. Access to higher education, good jobs, scarce goods depended on party membership and status. The revolution's promise of classless society had produced new hierarchy based on political position rather than wealth, though the two increasingly merged. Work became ritualized farce in many sectors. They pretend to pay us, we pretend to work, captured the cynicism. The state guaranteed employment but could not enforce productivity. Factories reported meeting quotas through creative accounting. Agriculture remained chronically inefficient despite massive investment. The Soviet Union, blessed with fertile land, imported grain from capitalist countries. The military consumed enormous resources, perhaps a quarter of GDP, though exact figures remained state secrets. Maintaining strategic parity with the United States required constant investment. The arms race continued, both sides producing weapons far beyond what any rational security need required. Nuclear arsenals grew to levels capable of destroying the world multiple times over. Détente emerged in the 1970s, not from trust but from practical necessity. Arms control agreements like SALT-A limited strategic weapons deployment. Nixon visited Moscow. Brezhnev traveled to America. The superpowers competed, but sought to manage competition, reduce risk of accidental war, establish communication channels. The Helsinki Accords of 1975 represented détente's high point. The agreement accepted Europe's post-war borders, Soviet control over Eastern Europe, in exchange for human rights commitments. The Soviets saw Helsinki as Western recognition of their sphere of influence. They underestimated the power of the human rights provisions, which dissidents would use to challenge the regime. Brezhnev's health declined through the 1970s. Strokes left him increasingly impaired, speech slurred, memory failing, yet he clung to power, the Politburo unable or unwilling to force retirement. The leader's visible deterioration symbolized the entire system's decay. Gerontocracy ruled, old men clinging to positions they could no longer effectively fill. The scientific and cultural spheres stagnated. Creative achievement required risk-taking the system discouraged. Approved art followed socialist realist formulas. Literature faced censorship. Science excelled in narrow fields tied to military needs, while broader research languished. The brain drain continued as talented individuals sought opportunity abroad when possible. Society developed a split consciousness. Public conformity coexisted with private skepticism. People mouthed approved phrases while believing little. The gap between propaganda and reality grew too obvious to ignore, yet too dangerous to acknowledge openly. Cynicism became the default attitude, ironic distance from official claims. Alcoholism reached epidemic levels. Vodka provided escape from the system's frustrations. Productivity suffered. Health declined. The regime worried about social stability, but could not address root causes without questioning the system itself. Periodic anti-alcohol campaigns achieved little, the problem too deeply embedded in social fabric. The standard of living improved marginally, but remained well below Western levels. Most families had television and refrigerator by the 1970s. Some even acquired cars, though waiting lists stretched years. But the improvements came slowly, and comparison with the West showed accelerating gap. Western consumer culture, visible through travelers' stories and smuggled media, demonstrated what socialism was not providing. Eastern Europe simmered with resentment. The Prague Spring of 1968 had shown that attempts at socialism with a human face would be crushed by Soviet tanks. The Brezhnev Doctrine made clear that sovereignty of satellite states meant nothing when Moscow's interests were threatened. The occupation of Czechoslovakia killed hopes for reform within the bloc. Yet, the stagnation era had certain stability. Life was predictable, if unsatisfying. The terror of Stalin's era had ended. People knew the rules, knew how to navigate the system, could carve out private spaces. The regime demanded public conformity, but largely left private life alone unless political dissent emerged. This stability proved fragile. The social contract depended on delivering modest prosperity. Economic decline would break the bargain. The system lacked mechanisms for self-correction, for responding to changing conditions. Brezhnev's successors would inherit a structure that appeared solid, but rested on deteriorating foundations. The stagnation could not continue indefinitely. Something would have to give. Dissent and punishment, samizdat, Helsinki, and the gulags return. The woman at the kitchen table types with 2 fingers. Each keystroke echoes through the small Moscow apartment. She creates 9 carbon copies, knowing each will travel through different hands across the city. This is samizdat, self-publishing, and it transforms ordinary citizens into publishers, distributors, and criminals. The typed pages carry Solzhenitsyn's words, Sakharov's appeals, poetry the state will never print. Readers memorize the chain. Read tonight, pass tomorrow, never keep more than one day. The KGB knows this system exists. They cannot stop it. For every apartment they raid, 10 new typists begin. Samizdat emerges from necessity. Official channels reject everything honest. Writers face a choice, silence or risk. Many choose risk. They type manuscripts at night, careful with the carbon paper. Each copy becomes fuzzier, harder to read. The 9th copy is barely legible. People read it anyway. The content varies widely. Some pieces are literary, poems and novels that explore the human condition without socialist realism's constraints. Others are political, open letters to Soviet leaders, documentation of psychiatric abuse, accounts of labor camps. Still others are religious texts, banned under the atheist state. Andrei Sakharov becomes the dissident movement's moral center. The physicist helped create the Soviet hydrogen bomb. His credentials are impeccable. Then he turns. He writes about human rights, about the dangers of nuclear war, about the need for openness. The regime cannot dismiss him as a Western agent or class enemy. He is their own creation. His wife, Elena Bonner, stands beside him. Together, they document abuses, write appeals, meet with foreign journalists. The KGB follows them constantly. Their apartment is bugged. Their phone is tapped. They know this. They continue anyway. Alexander Solzhenitsyn takes a different path. His writings about the Gulag system, particularly the Gulag archipelago, circulate through samizdat. The manuscript reaches the West. When published there in 1973, the response is explosive. The Soviet Union can no longer hide the scale of its camp system. The regime debates what to do with him. They cannot simply make him disappear. He is too famous, too watched. In 1974, they choose exile. They strip his citizenship and deport him. It is both a victory and a defeat. Solzhenitsyn's voice reaches millions abroad, but he is gone from the country he wrote about. Other dissidents receive harsher treatment. The psychiatric hospital becomes a favored tool. The logic is Soviet. Anyone who opposes the workers' paradise must be insane. Special hospitals open in Kazan, Leningrad, and elsewhere. Doctors diagnose sluggish schizophrenia and reformist delusions. These institutions are worse than prisons. Patients receive powerful drugs, aminazine, haloperidol, sulfazine. The medications cause tremors, confusion, and permanent damage. Treatment continues until the patient recants or breaks. Some never leave. Some emerge as shells. The world begins to notice. Western psychiatrists condemn the practice. The Soviet Psychiatric Association faces expulsion from international bodies. The regime insists it is all slander. Yet the hospitals continue their work. Then comes Helsinki. In 1975, Soviet leaders signed the Helsinki Accords alongside 34 other nations. The agreement addresses borders, security, and trade. Buried in the text is Basket 3, human rights provisions. The Soviet negotiators view these as harmless words, the price for Western recognition of Eastern European borders. They miscalculate. Dissidents seize on the text. If the government signed these accords, then monitoring compliance is legitimate. Helsinki watch groups form in Moscow, Ukraine, Lithuania, Georgia, and Armenia. They document violations, refusal of emigration permits, restrictions on religious practice, censorship, political imprisonment. Yuri Orlov leads the Moscow group. He is a physicist, like Sakharov. His reports are meticulous, documented, impossible to dismiss as fabrications. Each report lists names, dates, articles of Soviet law violated. The group sends these reports to Western governments and media. The KGB moves against them systematically. Orlov receives a 7-year labor camp sentence plus 5 years internal exile. Anatoly Sharansky goes to prison for alleged espionage. Alexander Ginsburg is arrested again, his 4th time. One by one, the Helsinki monitors disappear into the justice system. Yet the strategy backfires. Each arrest generates international attention. Western leaders raise these cases in diplomatic meetings. The names of imprisoned dissidents appear in newspapers worldwide. The Soviet Union wanted legitimacy from Helsinki. Instead, it receives constant criticism. The Gulag never truly ended. It merely shrank and evolved. Under Brezhnev, the camps hold fewer people than under Stalin, but they still hold hundreds of thousands. Political prisoners mix with common criminals. The conditions remain brutal: insufficient food, inadequate shelter, and forced labor. Some camps specialize in political cases. Perm 36 in the Urals becomes notorious. Its regime is particularly harsh. Prisoners spend months in punishment cells for minor infractions. Letters from family are limited. Contact with other prisoners is restricted. The goal is isolation and breaking of will. The labor camp prisoner has one advantage his Stalinist predecessor lacked: the world knows he exists. Names circulate in the West. Advocacy groups organize letter-writing campaigns. Some prisoners become famous, their cases symbols of the larger struggle. Refuseniks face a different form of punishment. These are Soviet Jews who apply to emigrate to Israel. The state denies their applications, then fires them from their jobs for applying. They lose their careers, their apartments, their place in society. They exist in limbo, neither Soviet citizens in good standing nor permitted to leave. Some wait years for permission. They survive on odd jobs, help from friends, and support from Western organizations. Regular meetings in apartments become centers of community and resistance. The KGB monitors these gatherings, occasionally making arrests. The West responds with a tool the Soviets do not expect: trade leverage. The Jackson-Vanik Amendment ties American trade benefits to emigration policy. The Soviet leadership wants most favored nation status and technology access, but these come with conditions about human rights. This creates internal debates. Hardliners argue against any concessions. Pragmatists note the economic benefits of Western trade. The result is inconsistency, periods of relative openness followed by crackdowns. Samizdat continues through all of this. New publications appear. Chronicle of Current Events documents arrests and trials. Jews in the USSR covers Refusnik cases. Religious believers circulate banned texts. Each publication represents hours of typing, risk, and determination. The KGB develops tactics against Samizdat. They infiltrate networks, arrest publishers, and confiscate typewriters. Citizens must register their typewriters, providing samples of their unique print. This makes tracing easier. Typists respond by borrowing machines, never using the same one twice. The dissidents remain a small minority. Most Soviet citizens live quiet lives, avoiding trouble. But the minority's impact exceeds its numbers. Each Samizdat document challenges the state's monopoly on truth. Each arrest proves the state fears words. By the early 1980s, the dissident movement is exhausted but unbroken. Its leaders are in prison, exile, or internal isolation. Yet the infrastructure of resistance remains. The typewriters still work. The networks still function. They are waiting for the moment when the regime can no longer maintain total control. That moment is approaching. The system that punishes dissent so harshly is itself growing weaker. The tools of repression still function, but the will to use them consistently is fading. The gap between official ideology and lived reality grows wider each year. Into that gap, the dissidents have planted seeds that will sprout when conditions change. The Soviet quagmire, the invasion of Afghanistan. The phone rings in the Kremlin on a December night in 1979. Afghan communist leader Hafizullah Amin is becoming a problem. He executed his predecessor, purged the party, and alienated the population. Worse, the Soviet leadership suspects he might pivot toward the United States. The Politburo faces a decision that will haunt the Union's final decade. The invasion begins on December 24th. Soviet troops cross the border claiming they were invited. This is technically true. The government they are about to overthrow did request help. By December 27th, special forces storm the presidential palace in Kabul. Amin dies in the assault. Babrak Karmal, waiting across the border, returns as the new leader. 80,000 Soviet soldiers enter Afghanistan in the initial deployment. They expect a brief operation, stabilize the friendly government, crush the scattered opposition, and leave. Military planners recall the 1968 intervention in Czechoslovakia. Quick, decisive, successful. Afghanistan will be similar. Afghanistan is not similar. The country's geography defies conventional military doctrine. Mountains dominate the landscape, cutting valleys off from each other. Roads are few and easily blocked. The population is rural, tribal, and armed. Centuries of resisting foreign control have created a culture of guerrilla warfare. The Mujahideen, Islamic fighters, are initially disorganized. Various groups operate independently, motivated by religion, ethnicity, or local grievances. They have old rifles and limited coordination, but they know their terrain and have popular support in many areas. The Soviet military fights a counterinsurgency without understanding counterinsurgency. Doctrine emphasizes firepower and conventional tactics. Soldiers trained for European battlefields find themselves in mountain ambushes. Convoys on narrow roads become easy targets. Control of cities means nothing when the countryside remains hostile. The 40th Army bears the burden of occupation. Young conscripts, many from Central Asian republics, arrive for their mandatory service. They expected to build socialism in garrison towns. Instead, they conduct sweeps through hostile villages, never certain who is friend or foe. Combat follows a pattern. Soviet forces launch operations to clear areas of mujahideen. Helicopter gunships and artillery pound suspected positions. Ground troops move in, find villages abandoned or sullen. They withdraw. The mujahideen return. Nothing changes permanently. The helicopters become iconic of the war. Mi-24 Hind gunships provide mobile firepower. They escort convoys, support ground operations, and evacuate wounded. Yet they are vulnerable to ground fire in mountain valleys. Pilots develop new tactics, flying at extreme altitudes, but losses continue. Foreign support begins flowing to the mujahideen. Pakistan's intelligence service coordinates distribution of weapons and supplies. The CIA provides funding and training. Saudi Arabia matches American contributions. China sends arms. The war becomes a proxy conflict, though Soviet soldiers do the dying. The brutality escalates. Mujahideen ambush convoys, torture prisoners, and execute suspected collaborators. Soviet forces respond with devastating firepower. Villages suspected of harboring fighters are destroyed. Crops are burned. Mines are scattered across farming areas. The goal becomes denying the countryside to the enemy. Afghan civilians suffer most. Millions flee to Pakistan and Iran, creating massive refugee camps. Those who remain navigate between competing forces. Taliban checkpoints demand support. Soviet sweeps punish anyone suspected of helping fighters. There is no neutral ground. Soviet casualties mount steadily. The official count remains classified, but body bags return home constantly. Soldiers are told they died in accidents or training exercises. Families often learn the truth from other veterans. The state maintains the fiction of a limited mission. The war's culture develops its own features. Soldiers trade with local merchants for hashish and other drugs. Dedovshchina, brutal hazing of junior soldiers by senior ones, reaches extreme levels in isolated posts. Officers tolerate it, having their own problems. Morale crumbles in units that see no purpose in their mission. Some Soviet soldiers begin questioning why they fight. Letters home express confusion about the mission. Why are they shooting at people who simply want to live according to their traditions? The official answer, defending socialism, rings hollow when the Afghan government cannot control its own territory. The Mujahideen receive a game-changing weapon in 1986. American-supplied Stinger missiles give them the ability to shoot down helicopters and low-flying aircraft reliably. Soviet air superiority erodes. Pilots fly higher, reducing their effectiveness. Casualties increase despite more cautious tactics. Back home, the war remains officially successful. Media shows Soviet soldiers building schools and helping villains. The reality of coffins and maimed veterans contradicts this narrative. Afghan veterans return home with stories that spread quietly. The gap between official truth and lived experience widens. The economic cost bleeds the Soviet budget. Modern weapons are expensive. Maintaining forces abroad is expensive. The war contributes to shortages at home. Resources flow to the military while consumer needs go unmet. The population notices. Soviet Central Asian republics feel the war's impact most directly. Many soldiers come from these regions. Their languages and cultures are closer to Afghans than to Slavic Russians. Some identify with the people they are fighting. This creates additional tensions within the military. By the mid-1980s, Soviet strategy shows a path to victory. Controlling major cities and routes requires constant effort. The countryside remains contested. Installing a stable, popular government proves impossible. Each puppet leader faces the same problems: corruption, ineffectiveness, and dependence on foreign troops. The war becomes an international embarrassment. United Nations votes condemn the intervention annually. The 1980 Moscow Olympics face major boycotts. Soviet diplomacy suffers as the world views the intervention as aggressive imperialism. The moral authority claimed after defeating fascism erodes. Young men face conscription with dread. Some bribe officials for medical exemptions. Others seek connections to avoid Afghan deployment. The privileged use their networks. The poor and connected go to war. This inequality breeds resentment across society. Gorbachev inherits this quagmire when he takes power in 1985. He quickly recognizes the war is unwinnable and economically devastating. Yet withdrawing means admitting failure. The military opposes retreat. Conservatives view withdrawal as betrayal. The decision becomes part of his broader reform struggle. The Soviet Union begins seeking an exit in 1986. Negotiations proceed slowly. The government wants to preserve some Afghan regime while withdrawing. The Mujahideen sense victory and press their advantage. International mediators struggle to find terms acceptable to all parties. Withdrawal begins in May 1988 and completes in February 1989. The last Soviet column crosses the Friendship Bridge into Soviet territory. The commander, General Boris Gromov, walks across last, symbolically closing the chapter. 15,000 Soviet soldiers died. Hundreds of thousands were wounded physically or psychologically. The Afghans return to a society that does not understand their experience. There are no victory parades. Many face hostility for participating in an unjust war. Others are simply ignored. The state provides minimal support for veterans. They struggle with trauma, injuries, and readjustment. Afghanistan does not find peace with Soviet withdrawal. The civil war continues. The government collapses in 1992. The Mujahideen factions turn on each other. Eventually, the Taliban emerge from the chaos. The country remains broken decades later. For the Soviet Union, Afghanistan was a wound that never healed. The war demonstrated the military's limitations. It drained resources needed elsewhere. It eroded ideological confidence. Most importantly, it showed the system could not impose its will through force alone. The lessons learned came too late to save the Union. The gerontocracy, Andropov, Chernenko, and a system in waiting. Leonid Brezhnev dies on November 10, 1982. His funeral is long, formal, and revealing. The Politburo members who carry his coffin struggle visibly with its weight. These men are old. They wheeze, stumble, and show the strain. The leadership of a superpower looks like a retirement home. Yuri Andropov becomes general secretary. He is 68, younger than most colleagues, but hardly youthful. His career was built in the KGB, which he led for 15 years. He understands the system's rot intimately. His intelligence reports documented corruption, inefficiency, and ideological decay. Now he can try to fix it. Andropov begins with discipline. Police raid stores, bathhouses, and cinemas during work hours, checking documents. Anyone found away from their workplace without permission faces consequences. The campaign aims to reduce the casual absenteeism and day drinking that plague Soviet workplaces. The crackdown extends further. Factory managers face audits. Officials suspected of corruption find themselves investigated. Andropov believes the system can work if people simply follow the rules. The disease is not structural but moral, laziness and theft rather than fundamental flaws. He is wrong, but the attempt reveals much. Soviet workers are not lazy by nature. They are responding to a system where effort brings no reward. Stores have nothing to buy. Hard work does not lead to better housing or opportunities. The social contract under Brezhnev was stability in exchange for low expectations. Andropov wants discipline without addressing the contract's failure. Some reform ideas circulate. Andropov discusses economic experiments, giving enterprises more autonomy, linking pay to performance, reducing central planning's rigidity. These ideas echo earlier reform attempts, but Andropov moves cautiously. He cannot alienate the party apparatus that keeps him in power. The KGB perspective shapes his leadership. He sees dissent as a security threat, not a symptom of underlying problems. The crackdown on political opponents continues. Helsinki monitors remain in prison. Refuseniks wait for exit permits. The regime's tools of control stay sharp even as its legitimacy dulls. Foreign policy offers no relief. The Afghanistan war grinds on. Relations with the West are frozen following the invasion and the Polish crisis. Reagan's administration takes a hard line, increasing military spending and rhetoric. The Soviet Union matches American buildup, straining an already struggling economy. Then Andropov's health fails. He suffers kidney disease and begins dialysis. By early 1983, he cannot work full days. By autumn, he governs from a hospital bed. The Politburo receives reports but rarely sees him. Policy stagnates as the leader slowly dies. Andropov's brief tenure, 15 months, changes little. His discipline campaign fades as enforcement weakens. Economic experiments never spread beyond pilot programs. The system that needed shaking up received only a tremor. When Andropov dies in February 1984, the question of succession returns. The Politburo chooses Konstantin Chernenko. The decision is baffling. Chernenko is 72 and visibly ill. He has emphysema and can barely breathe. He was Brezhnev's personal secretary, a loyal aide but never considered a dynamic leader. His selection represents the old guard's determination to maintain control. Chernenko's tenure becomes almost farcical. He reads speeches haltingly, pausing to catch his breath every few words. His hands shake, holding papers. Television footage shows an obviously dying man pretending to govern. Foreign leaders watch and wonder who really makes decisions. The answer is no one makes decisions. The Soviet Union drifts. Initiatives stall in committees. Reforms are discussed and shelved. The machinery of state continues by momentum. Bureaucrats implement existing policy, factories produce according to plan, and the military maintains its forces. But leadership in any real sense has vanished. The absurdity reaches a peak when Chernenko misses meetings for weeks, then reappears briefly for photographs. The images are carefully staged to hide his condition. Foreign press begins publishing side-by-side photos of Politburo members with their ages. The gerontocracy becomes international mockery. Beneath the stagnation, pressure builds. The Afghanistan war continues bleeding resources and lives. The arms race with America intensifies. Oil prices, which subsidized the economy throughout the 1970s, begin falling. The Soviet Union's main hard currency source shrinks just as expenses increase. Consumer goods become scarcer. Lines grow longer. Quality deteriorates further. Citizens cope through blatt, personal networks for obtaining goods, and the black market. The gap between official propaganda about abundance and daily reality becomes impossible to ignore. The younger generation watches the leadership crisis with cynicism and frustration. People in their 30s and 40s see opportunities blocked by men clinging to power into their 70s and 80s. Talent is wasted. Innovation is stifled. The system rewards survival and conformity rather than competence. Some younger officials understand fundamental change is necessary. Mikhail Gorbachev, serving as agriculture secretary, is among them. He travels abroad, sees how far behind the Soviet Union has fallen, and recognizes that minor adjustments will not suffice. But the gerontocracy blocks any significant reform discussion. The Eastern European satellites watch Moscow's paralysis with mixed feelings. On one hand, weak leadership means less interference. On the other, the entire bloc faces similar problems. Economic stagnation affects everyone. The socialist model shows cracks everywhere, but Moscow provides no new direction. The military remains the one institution that functions relatively well. The defense industry receives resources even as civilian sectors fail. Weapons development continues. Yet even here, problems emerge. Technology lags behind the West in critical areas. The Afghan experience reveals doctrinal and training failures. Younger officers question the leadership but cannot speak openly. Ideology becomes purely performative. No one believes the speeches about communism's inevitable triumph. Party meetings recite familiar phrases without conviction. Even officials responsible for propaganda often cynically distance themselves from their own messages. The words continue because stopping them would acknowledge bankruptcy. Chernenko lingers through 1984 into early 1985. Each appearance shows further decline. Finally, on March 10th, 1985, he dies. He served 13 months, most of them functionally absent. The Soviet Union has buried 3 leaders in less than 3 years. The succession this time cannot repeat the pattern. The Politburo's old guard has no credible candidates left. They're all too old, too ill, too associated with failure. The system needs new blood. Reluctantly, they turn to someone younger. Mikhail Gorbachev becomes General Secretary on March 11th. He is 54, young by Soviet leadership standards. He is healthy and energetic. More importantly, he understands the system is failing. What he does not yet understand is how deeply the rot runs or how little time remains to fix it. The gerontocracy's final legacy is time lost. From Brezhnev's long decline through Andropov's illness and Chernenko's absurdity, the Soviet Union wasted years when action was desperately needed. Problems compounded while leadership drifted. By the time someone capable of attempting reform takes power, the margin for successful transformation has narrowed dramatically. The era also reveals the system's fundamental flaw. No mechanism exists for leadership renewal. There are no elections, no term limits, no institutional way to remove failing leaders. Power is held until death. This creates gerontocracy by default. The party that claimed to represent the future is led by men literally dying in office. When Gorbachev's motorcade drives through Moscow after his selection, he encounters a different city than his predecessors knew. The facades still stand, the grand buildings, the monuments, the symbols of Soviet power, but behind them, structures are crumbling. The next 6 years will determine whether renovation is possible or if the only option is demolition. Glasnost and Perestroika, Gorbachev's revolutionary gamble. Mikhail Gorbachev understands something fundamental. The Soviet system is stagnating. Economic growth has slowed to nearly zero. Technology lags decades behind the West. Consumer goods remain scarce and poor quality. The Afghanistan war drains resources with no victory in sight. Something must change. He introduces two concepts that will transform everything: glasnost and perestroika. Glasnost means openness, transparency in government, freedom of information, and honest discussion of problems. Perestroika means restructuring, reforming the economic system to be more efficient and responsive. Together, these policies aim to revitalize socialism. The strategy seems logical. The Soviet system has strengths: educated population, vast resources, scientific capability. The problems are corruption, bureaucratic inefficiency, and lack of innovation. Address those issues while maintaining socialism, and the Union can compete with the West. Glasnost begins cautiously. Newspapers are allowed to publish previously forbidden topics. The media discusses economic failures, environmental damage, and crime. Readers are stunned. For decades, official sources claimed everything was improving. Now the same sources admit deep problems. The thaw extends to culture. Banned books are published. Films that sat in vaults for years reach theaters. Artists explore themes beyond socialist realism. Theater becomes political. Rock music, long relegated to underground venues, appears on official stages. Most dramatically, historical truth emerges. Stalin's crimes are discussed openly. The scale of the purges is acknowledged. The secret protocols of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact are revealed. Each revelation shocks a population raised on sanitized history. Citizens debate passionately. In kitchens and at workplaces, people discuss topics that could have brought arrest years earlier. The safety of speaking freely intoxicates many. Decades of suppressed questions and doubts pour out. Why did so many suffer? Who was responsible? Could it happen again? Television becomes a battleground of ideas. Programs feature roundtable discussions where participants express radically different views. Communist hardliners defend the old system. Liberals call for democracy. Nationalists question why their republics remain in the Union. Everyone watches. Yet glasnost unleashes forces Gorbachev does not anticipate. When people learn their history was lies, they question everything the state told them. If Stalin was a murderer rather than a hero, what else was false? If the party covered up famines and purges, why trust it about anything? The nationalities problem emerges immediately. Soviet textbooks taught that non-Russian peoples voluntarily joined the Union and flourished under socialism. Glasnost allows different stories. Baltic citizens discuss forced annexation in 1940. Ukrainians discuss the Holodomor. Chechens recount deportations. Each republic's intellectuals reclaim suppressed histories. Perestroika proves even more problematic. Gorbachev wants to make the economy more efficient without abandoning socialism. The reforms allow some private enterprise, let factories make their own decisions, and reduce central planning. The idea is unleashing initiative while maintaining state ownership. The changes create chaos instead. The planning system breaks down without being replaced by functioning markets. Factories that once received orders and materials now negotiate both. Many cannot. Production falls. Shortages worsen. The shops that had limited goods now have even less. The law on state enterprise passes in 1987, giving factories autonomy. Managers often use their freedom to maximize profits for themselves rather than meeting social needs. They sell goods on black markets instead of through state stores. Corruption, already endemic, becomes more visible and brazen. Cooperatives, small private businesses, are legalized in 1988. Some provide services the state never offered well: restaurants, repair shops, and taxis. But their prices are higher than state enterprises. Average citizens resent this. Why should individuals profit when most people struggle? The budget deficit explodes. The state still guarantees employment, subsidizes prices, and maintains the military. But revenue falls as the economy contracts. The government prints money to cover shortfalls. Inflation appears, something officially impossible under socialism. Rubles buy less each month. Gorbachev faces opposition from multiple directions. Communist hardliners view reforms as betrayal. They argue the system needs discipline, not dismantling. Party members lose privileges as state structures weaken. Bureaucrats resist changes that reduce their power. Reformers think Gorbachev moves too slowly. They want genuine democracy, market economy, and national independence for republics. Half measures satisfy no one. The system is neither planned economy nor market, neither dictatorship nor democracy. Boris Yeltsin emerges as a populist rival. As Moscow party chief, he publicly criticizes the pace of reform and party privilege. The establishment purges him from the leadership in 1987, but this makes him a martyr to reformers. He builds a power base among those wanting faster, more radical change. Foreign policy changes dramatically. Gorbachev announces the Sinatra Doctrine. Eastern European countries can do things their way. This repudiates the Brezhnev Doctrine that justified crushing reform movements. The satellites test this immediately. Afghanistan becomes unsustainable under glasnost. Newspapers publish casualty figures and veteran complaints. The war's pointlessness becomes public debate. Gorbachev begins withdrawal in 1988, completing it in 1989. This shows Soviet weakness, but also pragmatism. Relations with the West improve. Gorbachev meets Reagan, then Bush. Arms control treaties are signed. The rhetoric of class struggle and imperialist enemies fades. New thinking in foreign policy emphasizes cooperation over confrontation. The Cold War begins thawing, but concessions abroad undermine Gorbachev at home. Hardliners accuse him of surrendering gains from World War II. When Eastern European regimes fall in 1989, critics ask why victory over fascism is being squandered. The military feels betrayed. Economic conditions deteriorate through 1989 and 1990. Lines grow longer. Even basic goods disappear from rationing returns in some cities. People hoard whatever they find. Barter replaces cash for many transactions. The social contract, we pretend to work, they pretend to pay us, collapses entirely. The political system fractures. In 1989, partially competitive elections are held for a new Congress of People's Deputies. Many Communist Party candidates lose to independents. The Congress becomes a forum for airing grievances and demanding change. Sessions are televised. The nation watches elected representatives criticizing the system openly. Nationalist movements gain strength in every republic. Baltic states form popular fronts demanding independence. The Caucasus erupts in ethnic conflict. Ukraine asserts sovereignty. Central Asian republics experience ethnic riots. The glue holding the Union together dissolves. Gorbachev tries walking a middle path. He allows debate but wants to maintain the Union. He permits economic reform but fears unemployment. He accepts some political opposition but will not legalize multiple parties initially. Each compromise satisfies no one and alienates everyone. By 1990, the situation is spiraling beyond control. The economy is in free fall. Nationalist movements are winning elections. The party is dividing into hostile factions. Violence erupts in several republics. Gorbachev's popularity, once high, plummets. People blame him for chaos even though he is trying to prevent worse. The fundamental problem becomes clear. Gradual reform of a totalitarian system may be impossible. Opening freedom of speech exposes decades of lies. Economic liberalization without complete transformation creates the worst of both systems. Political change unleashes nationalism that threatens the state's existence. Gorbachev wanted to save socialism by reforming it. He believed the system's flaws were correctable, that Leninist ideals could be reclaimed from Stalinist distortions. This faith in the system's redeemability was the fatal miscalculation. Once people could speak and organize freely, they rejected the system entirely. The revolutionary gamble was not whether reforms would succeed, but whether the Union would survive the attempt. By 1990, the answer is becoming clear. Gorbachev set forces in motion that he cannot control. The question is no longer whether the Soviet Union will transform, but whether it will exist at all. Chernobyl, the unraveling of trust. The operators at Chernobyl nuclear power plant prepare for a safety test on April 25th, 1986. They plan to check if the turbines can generate enough electricity to power safety systems during a brief gap before emergency generators activate. The test requires shutting down some safety systems. Protocol is clear, but this night, protocol will be ignored. The reactor is an RBMK design, unique to the Soviet Union. It uses graphite to moderate the nuclear reaction and water to cool it. Under certain conditions, the design becomes unstable. Power can surge uncontrollably. Soviet engineers know this, but consider the scenario unlikely if operators follow procedures. The test begins after midnight on April 26th. The reactor's power drops too low. Operators withdraw control rods to increase it. They withdraw more rods than regulations allow. The reactor enters dangerous territory. Warning systems activate. The operators override them. At 1:23 in the morning, the reactor explodes. Not a nuclear explosion. This is not a bomb, but a steam explosion from water hitting fuel that is thousands of degrees hot. The reactor's 1,000-ton lid lifts into the air. Debris rains down. A second explosion follows. The core is exposed to the sky. Flames shoot upward. The graphite moderator is burning. Firefighters arrive within minutes. They see fire on the roof and move to extinguish it. No one tells them the reactor core is exposed. No one mentions radiation. They fight the flames with heroic disregard for danger they do not understand. The firefighters receive lethal radiation doses within minutes. Their skin reddens. Some vomit before the shift ends. Over following weeks, many will die in agony as their cells stop dividing, their bodies unable to repair damage. They are heroes, though few know the enemy they faced. The plant's management reacts with characteristic Soviet denial. The reactor exploded, but acknowledging this means admitting catastrophic failure. Initial reports claim a fire is under control. The word explosion is avoided. Radiation readings are dismissed as instrument error. The nearby city of Pripyat has 50,000 residents. They wake Saturday morning to a normal day. Children play outside. People line up for morning bread. The giant plume of radioactive smoke drifting over them is invisible. Authorities say nothing. By Saturday afternoon, some information leaks. Plant workers tell families something terrible happened. Rumors spread. Radiation detectors in the city show alarming readings, but official sources remain silent. There is no warning, no evacuation order, no advice to stay indoors. Only on Sunday, 36 hours after the explosion, does evacuation begin. Buses arrive. Residents are told to take only documents and clothes for 3 days. They will return soon. The lie is kind in its way. People leave calmly. The truth is they will never return. Pripyat becomes a ghost city. The Soviet leadership in Moscow learns of the disaster in fragments. Reports downplay severity. Gorbachev receives information that conflicts, some saying the situation is contained, others hinting at catastrophe. The culture of telling leaders what they want to hear means accurate information arrives slowly. Meanwhile, radiation spreads. Winds carry it northwest. Swedish monitoring stations detect abnormal readings on April 28th. Swedish authorities contact Moscow asking about nuclear incidents. The Soviets issue terse denials. The lie falls apart when multiple countries detect fallout. The international attention forces response. On April 28th, a brief Soviet statement acknowledges an accident at Chernobyl. Details remain sparse. Foreign governments demand information. Is more radiation coming? What happened? The silence from Moscow stokes international concern and anger. Gorbachev finally addresses the nation on May 14th, 18 days after the explosion. His speech is careful, acknowledging problems but defending the response. He criticizes Western media for exaggeration while admitting Soviet communication was inadequate. The delay itself speaks volumes about the system's instincts. The immediate crisis requires desperate measures. The exposed reactor core must be contained. Helicopters drop sand, lead, and boron onto the fire. Pilots fly through radiation plumes. Many sorties are flown. Slowly, the fires are smothered. But radiation continues leaking. The task of containment falls to liquidators, workers and soldiers mobilized to deal with aftermath. They clear radioactive debris from the roof by hand. Robots fail in the intense radiation. Humans work in shifts measured in seconds. They shovel debris and retreat. Each receives a year's safe radiation dose in their shift. Over following months, 500,000 people serve as liquidators. They build a concrete sarcophagus around the reactor. They decontaminate buildings. They bury radioactive vehicles and equipment. Many are conscripts given no choice. Most receive inadequate protection. The health consequences will emerge over decades. The contaminated zone grows to 30 kilometers around the plant. Villages are evacuated and abandoned. Livestock is removed. Crops are destroyed. The rich soil of Ukraine becomes a hazard. Farmers who tended land for generations are permanently displaced. Children suffer most from radiation exposure. Thyroid cancer rates in Belarus and Ukraine soar in following years. The radioactive iodine released concentrates in young thyroid glands. Thousands of children develop cancers that should be rare. The full health toll remains disputed decades later. The disaster's causes become a scandal under glasnost. The reactor design was flawed. Safety culture was non-existent. Training was inadequate. Operators faced pressure to meet schedules regardless of procedures. The accident was not an anomaly, but inevitable outcome of systemic problems. Trials are held for plant management and operators. Some receive prison sentences, but this deflects from deeper responsibility. The Soviet nuclear program prioritized rapid construction and production over safety. Cutting corners was routine. Chernobyl was the system's failure, not individuals. Glasnost transforms the disaster's meaning. In the old system, Chernobyl would be covered up, minimized, and forgotten. But under openness, details emerge. Journalists investigate, scientists publish studies, victims testify. The gap between official claims and reality becomes undeniable. The response also reveals the system's capabilities. Massive mobilization contained the disaster. Liquidators, whatever their sacrifice, prevented worse outcomes. The state could still organize resources for crisis response, but the cost was unspeakable human suffering that authorities accepted without hesitation. Public trust evaporates. If the government lied about Chernobyl, what else is false? If scientists and engineers created such flawed designs, what other disasters wait? If authorities evacuated cities a day late, prioritizing appearance over safety, why trust them about anything? The environmental movement grows. Before Chernobyl, ecological concerns were dismissed as bourgeois distractions. After, citizens organized to oppose unsafe plants and industrial pollution. Green movements emerge across republics. Environmental issues become politically charged. The economic impact is devastating. Vast areas of productive land are contaminated. The other reactors at Chernobyl continue operating for years. The power is needed, but confidence in nuclear energy collapses. Plans for new plants face opposition. The Soviet Union's energy strategy requires revision. For Gorbachev's reforms, Chernobyl is a catastrophic vindication. The disaster proves his argument that the old system was failing, but it also demonstrates how deeply the rot runs. Openness about Chernobyl undermines trust in all Soviet institutions. The truth is liberation and poison simultaneously. Foreign perception shifts permanently. The Soviet Union, a superpower with nuclear weapons, cannot safely operate a power plant. The regime that put humans in space cannot evacuate a city competently. The implications for arms control and international relations are profound. Soviet claims must all be verified. The cultural impact endures. Chernobyl becomes a synonym for technological hubris and governmental failure. Artists, writers, and filmmakers return to it repeatedly. The abandoned city of Pripyat, frozen in 1986, becomes a haunting symbol of civilization's fragility. Most importantly, Chernobyl accelerates the erosion of Soviet legitimacy. The Union's claim to authority rested partly on competence. Whatever else was wrong, at least the trains ran, the power flowed, and the state functioned. Chernobyl shattered that assumption. The state could not protect its own people from its own mistakes. When trust breaks, institutions collapse. Chernobyl did not cause the Soviet Union's fall, but it revealed a system already in profound decay. The explosion on that April night exposed faults much deeper than a flawed reactor design. It illuminated a civilization that could no longer believe in itself. The Sinatra Doctrine. The bloc crumbles. 1989. Poland moves first. Solidarity, the independent trade union crushed in 1981, has never fully disappeared. It survived underground, waiting. When Gorbachev signals he will not intervene in Eastern European affairs, Polish authorities begin negotiations. Roundtable talks in early 1989 lead to an agreement, partially free elections in June. The vote becomes a referendum on communist rule. Solidarity wins 99 of 100 available Senate seats. The Communist Party's carefully controlled share of lower house seats cannot prevent the message. The people reject them. By August, Poland has a non-communist prime minister. The transformation happens almost peacefully. Hungary follows quickly. Reformers within the Hungarian Communist Party push for multi-party elections. In May 1989, Hungary begins dismantling its border fence with Austria. This is technical compliance with agreements, but the implications are revolutionary. The Iron Curtain develops a gap. East Germans notice. For decades, travel to the West was forbidden, but citizens can visit Hungary. Through summer 1989, thousands of East Germans vacation in Hungary, then flee to Austria and on to West Germany. The trickle becomes a flood. The Berlin Wall can be bypassed. East Germany's leadership is rigid. Erich Honecker has ruled since 1971. He resists all reform. When Gorbachev visits in October for the country's 40th anniversary, he warns that life punishes those who come too late. The hint is clear. Honecker does not listen. Protests erupt in Leipzig. Every Monday, citizens gather at churches, then march. They chant, "Wir sind das Volk," we are the people. The demonstrations grow. 10,000, then 50,000, then 70,000. The security forces could suppress them with violence. Orders never come. The Politburo panics. On October 18th, they remove Honecker. Egon Krenz replaces him, promising reform. But the protests continue. East Germans demand real change, freedom to travel, freedom to speak, and freedom to leave. Half measures cannot satisfy them. On November 9th, confused communication creates a miracle. A party official announces new travel regulations at a press conference. When asked when they take effect, he fumbles through papers and says immediately without delay. Television broadcasts this worldwide. East Berliners hear and converge on checkpoints. Guards have no orders. The crowds are massive and peaceful. The guards could shoot, but they are sons and daughters of the same system, tired of the pretense. They open the gates. People pour through. They climb the wall, dance on it, and attack it with hammers. The world watches in wonder. For 28 years, the Berlin Wall stood as the Cold War's most potent symbol. Its fall happens without violence, through the accumulated weight of ordinary people saying, enough. The images of celebration circulate globally within hours. Czechoslovakia has been silent since 1968. The Prague Spring was crushed. Dissidents like Václav Havel were imprisoned. The regime maintained rigid control, but they watch Poland, Hungary, and East Germany. Students begin protesting on November 17th. Police respond brutally, beating protesters. This sparks outrage. Larger demonstrations follow. Workers join students. The crowds swell to hundreds of thousands. Unlike 1968, Soviet tanks do not come. Gorbachev has made this clear. Czechoslovakia must solve its own problems. The Velvet Revolution unfolds over weeks. Mass protests demand free elections and democracy. The Communist Party tries negotiation, but their legitimacy is gone. On December 29th, Václav Havel, playwright, former prisoner, moral voice, becomes president. The transition is remarkably peaceful. Bulgaria's dictator Todor Zhivka falls in November. His own party removes him after 35 years in power. The communists try to rebrand and maintain control, but the pattern is clear. Without Soviet backing, the old guard cannot hold on. Romania proves the exception. Nicolae Ceausescu has ruled since 1965 with increasing paranoia and personality cult. His security service, the Securitate, is ruthless. When protests begin in December in the city of Timișoara, authorities respond with force. People die, but the shooting ignites rather than intimidates. Protests spread to Bucharest. Ceausescu calls a rally to demonstrate his support. The crowd turns on him. He flees by helicopter from the roof of the Central Committee building. The military sides with protesters. Ceausescu and his wife Elena are captured. A hasty trial convicts them of genocide and other crimes. On Christmas Day 1989, they are executed by firing squad. The violence stands in contrast to peaceful transitions elsewhere. Romania's revolution claims over 1,000 lives. The bloc's collapse happens with stunning speed. In January 1989, the Eastern European communist regime seemed permanent. By January 1990, they are all gone. The Soviet Union watches its buffer zone, built with such effort after the war, evaporate. Gorbachev receives credit abroad for allowing this. The Nobel Peace Prize Committee awards him their prize in 1990. Western leaders praise his restraint. He could have sent tanks. The Brezhnev Doctrine would have justified it. He chose not to. But his choice was also necessity. The Soviet economy is collapsing. Afghanistan showed military limits. Glasnost makes traditional crackdowns harder to justify. Most importantly, Gorbachev genuinely believes people should choose their systems. His new thinking is sincere. Conservative forces in Moscow view events with horror. Generals and party hardliners see Eastern Europe as a strategic buffer being surrendered. They understand that if satellite states can leave the socialist camp, Soviet republics might try the same. The precedent is dangerous. They are correct. Baltic republics watch carefully. If Poland can be free, why not Lithuania? If Hungary opens borders, why not Latvia? The logic of self-determination once unleashed respects no boundaries. Soviet nationalities will apply the same arguments to their own situations. The economic implications are immediate. Eastern European economies were tightly integrated with Soviet planning. Trade agreements unravel. Soviet exports lose markets. The Eastern Bloc was never prosperous, but its collapse removes even the fiction of socialist economic success. West Germany moves to reunify with East Germany. This happens faster than anyone expected. By October 1990, less than a year after the wall fell, Germany is united. Soviet troops begin withdrawing. The division that defined post-war Europe ends. NATO expansion becomes a contentious issue. The Warsaw Pact, the Soviet-led military alliance, dissolves in 1991. This leaves former satellites seeking security guarantees. They look westward. Debates about NATO membership begin, setting up conflicts that will persist for decades. The year 1989 represents a hinge point in history. The Cold War's end becomes imaginable, then actual. The ideological competition that shaped the second half of the 20th century concludes. One side has not so much won as the other stopped playing. For ordinary Eastern Europeans, the changes are liberation and anxiety combined. Freedom to speak, travel, and organize is intoxicating. But economic shock therapy brings unemployment, inflation, and insecurity. The transition to market economies is painful. For the Soviet Union, 1989 is an unmitigated disaster that Gorbachev cannot acknowledge. He framed reform as strengthening socialism. Instead, socialism is collapsing where it faces actual choice. The message is clear. When people can decide freely, they reject the system. The psychological impact matters most. For 70 years, Soviet citizens were told that history was on socialism's side, that capitalism would collapse, that the socialist camp would grow. 1989 disproves all of this. The Eastern Bloc chose to leave. This shakes confidence in the Soviet Union's own future. Gorbachev tries to spin the narrative. These countries are finding their own paths to socialism, reform is working, and the changes are voluntary and peaceful. But the reality is obvious. Communism in Eastern Europe is finished. The question becomes whether the Soviet Union itself will follow. The answer is already emerging. The same forces that liberated Eastern Europeans, demands for freedom, economic failure, nationalism, and loss of legitimacy, are active within Soviet borders. The difference is only timing. The bloc's collapse is prologue to the Union's own disintegration. The nationalist volcano, republics on fire. The Baltic republics remember. Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia were independent between the world wars. Then came 1940, Soviet occupation, annexation, and decades of forced integration. Official history called this voluntary union. The people never believed it. Glasnost allows truth-telling. In 1987, small demonstrations appear on August 23rd, the anniversary of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. The protesters demand disclosure of the secret protocols that divided Eastern Europe. The Soviet government has denied these protocols' existence for decades. In 1989, 2 million people join hands across the 3 Baltic states. The human chain stretches 600 kilometers from Tallinn through Riga to Vilnius. Called the Baltic Way, it is a peaceful but unmistakable declaration. We do not consent to Soviet rule. The world watches. Moscow cannot ignore it. The Baltics pursue independence methodically. Popular fronts organize legally under glasnost provisions. They win elections. Local parliaments pass declarations of sovereignty. Each step is justified by Soviet law and international principles. The strategy is brilliant. Use the system's own rules against it. Lithuania moves fastest. In March 1990, its parliament declares independence. The vote is not close. Moscow responds with economic pressure and military intimidation. Tanks roll through Vilnius. But Lithuania does not back down. The declaration stands. The Caucasus burns with different fires. Nagorno-Karabakh, an Armenian-majority region inside Azerbaijan, demands transfer to Armenia. Armenians cite historical claims and self-determination. Azerbaijanis reject partition of their republic. Violence erupts in 1988. Soviet authorities lose control. The two communities attack each other. Pogroms occur in Sumgait and Baku. Hundreds die. Hundreds of thousands flee as refugees. The violence is sectarian and brutal. Central authority, always the Union's justification, proves incapable of maintaining order. Georgia's nationalism centers on language and culture. When Russian is imposed more aggressively, protests erupt in Tbilisi in April 1989. The military disperses demonstrators with shovels and toxic gas. 20 people die. The violence radicalizes Georgian opinion. Calls for independence grow stronger. Ukraine experiences a slower awakening. As the Union's second largest republic, it was thoroughly Sovietized. Russian is widely spoken. Party control was strong. But Ukrainian identity never disappeared. It existed in language, literature, and rural areas that resisted collectivization's trauma. The Chernobyl disaster affects Ukraine disproportionately. The disaster's mishandling and subsequent cover-up anger Ukrainians. When glasnost allows discussion, the Ukrainian ecological movement becomes nationalist. Environmental concerns blend with assertions of national rights. Rukh, the Ukrainian popular movement, forms in 1989. Initially focused on cultural issues, it quickly becomes political. Demand for sovereignty grows. By 1990, Ukraine's parliament declares sovereignty within the Union. Independence is not yet the goal, but autonomy is. Central Asian republics present complex cases. Kazakhstan's population is almost balanced between Kazakhs and Russians. Years of Virgin Lands campaigns brought Slavic settlers. Industrial cities are Russian-speaking. National identity is weaker than in the Baltics or Caucasus. But even here, tension rises. In 1986, Gorbachev replaces Kazakhstan's longtime party boss with a Russian outsider. Young Kazakhs riot in Almaty. The December events shock Moscow. Even supposedly loyal republics harbor resentment of Russian domination. Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Turkmenistan maintain surface stability longer, but economic problems hit them hard. The command economy's collapse means subsidies end. Cotton monoculture proves unsustainable. Ethnic tensions simmer, particularly between titular nationalities and Russian minorities. Moldova faces unique problems. The Moldovan language is Romanian. Many Moldovans want reunification with Romania. But the republic includes Russian-speaking Transnistria and Gagauz minorities who oppose this. Ethnic conflict erupts over language laws and national symbols. Belarus is the most Russified republic. The Belarusian language is spoken by few. Russian dominance is accepted by much of the population. National consciousness exists but is weaker than elsewhere. When nationalism rises across the Union, Belarus remains relatively quiet. The Russian Republic itself, the RSFSR, experiences its own nationalism. Ironically, Russians resented subsidizing other republics. Why should Russian resources support Central Asian economies? This sentiment feeds Russian nationalism that paradoxically undermines the Union. Boris Yeltsin exploits this brilliantly. Elected chairman of the Russian parliament in 1990, he positions the Russian Republic against the Soviet Union. He declares Russian laws supreme over Soviet ones. The largest republic asserts sovereignty. This is existential crisis for the Union. Each republic's nationalism has unique character, but common threads exist. All resent Moscow's control. All feel exploited economically. All want to preserve language and culture. All see the failing Soviet economy as a burden rather than benefit. Gorbachev's response is confused. He opposes independence but allows free expression. He wants to preserve the Union but permits sovereignty declarations. He tries negotiating a new Union treaty while hardliners demand crackdown. The contradictions paralyze policy. Violence increases. In Baku in January 1990, Soviet troops enter to stop ethnic violence. They end up shooting Azerbaijani civilians. Over 100 die. This repeats the pattern from Tbilisi. Military force alienates republics further rather than restoring order. The Baltic states face the harshest repression. In January 1991, Soviet special forces attack the television tower in Vilnius. 14 people die. A similar assault in Riga leaves 5 dead. The violence is meant to intimidate. Instead, it hardens resolve. Western countries watch cautiously. They generally support Soviet territorial integrity. Instability in a nuclear-armed state is dangerous, but the peaceful independence movements are hard to oppose on principle. Western governments awkwardly straddle, supporting unity while endorsing self-determination. The economic dimension is crucial. Republics calculate that independence might bring prosperity. The Soviet economy is collapsing. Why remain in a failing union? Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia envision rejoining Europe. Ukraine sees its agricultural and industrial potential. The Union offers nothing attractive. The military remains loyal to Moscow longer than civilians. But even here, cracks appear. Baltic conscripts refuse service. National units are less reliable in their home republics. The army that held the Union together begins fragmenting along national lines. By 1991, the question is not whether republics will leave, but how. The Union's structure is dissolving. Moscow's authority extends only where local leaders allow. The center no longer controls the periphery. Gorbachev tries negotiating a new Union treaty that might save something. The draft treaty offers substantial autonomy while maintaining central authority over defense and foreign policy. Some republics, particularly Central Asian ones, might accept this, but the Baltics are gone. Moldova and Georgia won't sign. Ukraine is ambivalent. The treaty might preserve a rump union. Hardliners view the treaty as surrender. They see Gorbachev giving away the state. The August 1991 coup attempt is meant to stop this, but the coup's failure accelerates exactly what it meant to prevent. The Union's last chance for preservation disappears. The nationalist movements are not primarily ethnic hatred, though that exists. They are fundamentally about self-determination and escaping a failing system. People want control over their lives, their economies, and their futures. The Soviet Union cannot provide this. The tragedy is that violent conflict was not inevitable. Most republics sought independence peacefully, but Moscow's inconsistent response, alternating negotiation with intimidation, made violence more likely. The Caucasus and Moldova paid the price in blood. The Soviet Union was always an empire, even if called a union. Empires require either consent or force to survive. Consent evaporated as the economy failed. Force was still available, but less sustainable in an age of global media and nationalist mobilization. Without both, the empire cannot hold. The nationalist volcano erupts because pressure built for decades. Russification, cultural suppression, economic exploitation, and enforced unity created resentment. Glasnost removed the lid. The explosion was not Gorbachev's fault, but his reforms made it possible. Once begun, it could not be stopped. By late 1991, the Union exists mainly on paper. Republics ignore Moscow's decrees. They negotiate directly with foreign governments. They form their own military units. The center is hollow. Only the final formal act of dissolution remains. That comes in December. The last days, the August coup, and the death of the USSR. 8 men gather in Moscow on August 18, 1991. They call themselves the State Committee on the State of Emergency. Vice President Gennady Yanayev leads them, though leads is generous for a man who shakes visibly during the press conference announcing their takeover. Gorbachev is on vacation in Crimea. The plotters have cut his communications. They tell him to sign a state of emergency declaration. He refuses. They place him under house arrest. The plan is to present the nation with a fait accompli. The president is ill. Emergency measures are necessary, and order will be restored. The committee declares emergency rule on August 19th. Tanks roll into Moscow. Troops occupy key buildings. Television announces that Gorbachev is unable to fulfill his duties due to health reasons. The new Union Treaty, scheduled to be signed in 2 days, is suspended. The plotters are KGB Chairman Vladimir Khrushchev, Defense Minister Dmitry Yazov, Interior Minister Boris Pugo, and other hardliners. They believe most people want order restored. They think the military and security services will obey. They assume resistance will be minimal. They are catastrophically wrong. Boris Yeltsin in Moscow receives news of the coup. He goes to the Russian parliament building, the White House. Crowds gather. Yeltsin climbs onto a tank outside the building. He reads a declaration denouncing the coup as illegal. The image is iconic. Muscovites build barricades around the White House. Young people, veterans, and ordinary citizens stand guard. They expect the military to attack. Some units refuse orders to advance. Soldiers are conscripts, not volunteers. Many sympathize with the protesters. The plotters lack conviction. Their press conference on August 19th is absurd. Yanayev's hands tremble. Questions from journalists are hostile. The committee looks weak, uncertain, and fearful. This is no confident seizure of power, but a desperate gamble. International reaction is swift. Western leaders condemn the coup. They recognize Yeltsin's authority and demand Gorbachev's release. The plotters wanted legitimacy. Instead, they receive isolation. Foreign support matters in a country seeking international integration. The August 20th night is tense. Rumors circulate that special forces will assault the White House. Defenders prepare for the worst. Around midnight, a confrontation occurs near a tunnel. 3 young men die, run over by armored vehicles. They become martyrs. But the assault never comes. Military commanders refuse to order an attack. They will not fire on Russian civilians. The coup depends on violence, but the violence does not materialize. By August 21st, it is clear the coup has failed. Gorbachev returns to Moscow on August 22nd. He expects to resume power, but everything has changed. Yeltsin and the Russian parliament are now the real authority. Gorbachev looks diminished, confused, and out of touch. His brief captivity has cost him what remained of his relevance. The Communist Party is banned in Russia. The Supreme Soviet suspends party activities union-wide. The organization that ruled for 74 years is suddenly illegal. Its property is seized. Officials scramble to distance themselves from membership. The coup's failure accelerates the union's collapse. Why stay in a state that just attempted to crush reform? Ukraine holds an independence referendum on December 1st. Over 90% vote yes. Even Russian-speaking regions support independence. Ukraine is gone. The Baltics move immediately. Estonia and Latvia declare independence in August. International recognition follows quickly. The occupation that began in 1940 ends. Soviet troops remain for now, but as foreign forces, not internal security. Other republics follow. Belarus, Moldova, Azerbaijan, Georgia, Kyrgyzstan each declares independence through autumn 1991. Some eagerly, some reluctantly, but all decisively. The Union cannot survive when its constituent parts reject it. Gorbachev tries to preserve something. He negotiates with republic leaders for a loose confederation, but no one is interested. Yeltsin, now dominant, sees no benefit in maintaining Union structures. The Russian Republic can stand alone. On December 8th, the leaders of Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus meet secretly in a hunting lodge in Belovezhskaya Pushcha. They sign an agreement declaring the Soviet Union dissolved and establishing the Commonwealth of Independent States. This is extraordinary. 3 republic leaders ending a state. Gorbachev learns of this from news reports. He is furious. He calls the agreement illegal, but he has no power to enforce his objections. The military answers to republic governments now. The center cannot compel obedience. The Commonwealth is barely a union at all. It has no real authority. Members are sovereign states cooperating on practical matters. It is a divorce agreement, not a marriage. The CIS preserves some infrastructure while acknowledging reality. Other republics join the CIS by month's end. 11 of 15 former Soviet republics sign. The Baltic states and Georgia abstain but declare independence anyway. The Union of Soviet Socialist Republics no longer exists in any meaningful sense. Gorbachev has one role left. On December 25, 1991, he addresses the nation. He announces his resignation as president of a country that no longer exists. The speech is dignified but melancholy. He defends his reforms while acknowledging they unleashed uncontrollable forces. That evening, the red flag with hammer and sickle is lowered from the Kremlin. The white, blue, and red Russian tricolor rises in its place. Television cameras capture the moment. There is no ceremony. Workers simply change flags. The superpower ends quietly. The Soviet Union's dissolution is unique. Empires usually fall through defeat in war or violent revolution. The USSR simply dissolves. Republics walk away. The center lets them go. Violence is minimal. No foreign army is involved. The speed is remarkable. In January 1991, the Union seemed permanent. By January 1992, it is memory. 15 new countries exist where one stood. Borders that were internal become international. The geopolitical map is redrawn. The nuclear weapons question is urgent. The Soviet arsenal is spread across Russia, Ukraine, Kazakhstan, and Belarus. Who controls these weapons? The potential for chaos is terrifying. Negotiations begin immediately to transfer all nuclear arms to Russia. People's reactions vary. Some celebrate liberation, others mourn the loss of superpower status. Many are simply confused. Their state disappeared. Their citizenship changed. Their money became uncertain. The practical implications are overwhelming. The economic situation is catastrophic. The ruble collapses. Shelves are empty. Pensions are worthless. Life savings evaporate. The shock therapy economic reforms that follow add to the pain. The 1990s will be brutal for most former Soviet citizens. Gorbachev leaves the Kremlin on December 25th and fades into history. He receives respect abroad, the man who ended the Cold War peacefully. At home, many blame him for the chaos. His legacy remains contested. Yeltsin inherits a country in crisis. Russia is smaller than the USSR, having lost Ukraine, Belarus, and others. The economy is collapsing. Chechnya is already seeking independence. The challenges are immense, but Russia is sovereign. The August coup's failure demonstrated that the old system had no defenders. When push came to shove, the army would not shoot. The KGB would not fully commit. The party had no legitimacy. The empire had no strength. All that remained was the illusion, and the coup shattered it. The Soviet Union's end is often called peaceful. This is true relative to other empire collapses, but violence occurred in the Caucasus, Moldova, and Central Asia. Ethnic conflicts ignited by the Union's dissolution continued for years. The peace was imperfect. The question of responsibility is complex. Did Gorbachev destroy the Soviet Union or attempt to save it? His reforms accelerated collapse but emerged from genuine crisis. The system was failing before he took power. Perhaps dissolution was inevitable. His role was midwife, not executioner. December 25th, 1991 marks the end of an era. The Soviet experiment, launched in October 1917, concludes 74 years later. The attempt to create a new type of society, to prove that socialism could surpass capitalism, and to remake human nature all failed. The final scene is anticlimactic. No battle, no siege, no dramatic last stand, just a flag lowered and another raised. Officials pack belongings, workers go home. The Soviet Union ends not with a bang, but with paperwork and a television broadcast. The world watches with relief and uncertainty. Relief that nuclear-armed collapse remained largely peaceful. Uncertainty about what comes next. 15 new countries need stability. The Russian Federation alone has nuclear weapons. The transition will be treacherous. For those who lived through it, December 25th feels unreal. The state that seemed eternal proved mortal. The system that claimed to be scientific and inevitable simply stopped. 7 decades of history concluded in an afternoon. The Soviet Union is gone. Legacy in the bones. The Soviet experiment in history. The Soviet Union's physical remnants dot the landscape. Abandoned factories rust in Siberian towns. Brutalist apartment blocks house millions across former republics. Metro systems built with prison labor still carry passengers. The infrastructure endures even as the state that built it has vanished. More permanent than concrete is the psychological legacy. 74 years shaped how millions think about authority, community, and truth. The Soviet citizen learned to speak carefully, trust no one outside family, and maintain public and private selves. These habits persist. The demographic wound remains visible. World War II claimed 27 million Soviet lives. Whole generations of men disappeared. Villages never recovered. The gender imbalance affected society for decades. Then came the 1990s, deaths of despair, collapsing life expectancy, and demographic crisis. Economic collapse in the transition was catastrophic. GDP fell by half in Russia during the 90s. Hyperinflation destroyed savings. Privatization enriched a few while impoverishing millions. The shock therapy prescribed by Western advisors created oligarchy and corruption. The trauma runs deep in collective memory. For many, especially older citizens, the Soviet era represents stability. Food was cheap, housing was guaranteed, employment was certain. The present feels unstable by comparison, however unfree the past was. The nuclear legacy is concrete. Russia inherited the Soviet arsenal. The other nuclear-armed republics, Ukraine, Kazakhstan, Belarus, surrendered weapons in the 1990s in exchange for security guarantees that later proved worthless. The atomic infrastructure remains throughout the former Union. Environmental devastation marks the Soviet approach to nature. The Aral Sea was destroyed by cotton irrigation. Chernobyl will be hazardous for thousands of years. Industrial cities have air that burns lungs. Lake Baikal faces ongoing pollution. Nature was conquered, but not sustainably. The space program stands as genuine achievement. Sputnik, Gagarin, and the space stations, these were real firsts, accomplished through extraordinary effort. The science was excellent. The technology worked. This legacy continues through the Russian space program today. Military technology was another area of achievement. Soviet weapons design emphasized simplicity and reliability. The AK-47 is perhaps the most successful weapon ever made. Military aviation, tank design, and missile technology were world-class. This expertise persists. Education produced results in specific fields. Soviet mathematics, physics, and engineering training was rigorous. Chess, ballet, and classical music reached extraordinary levels. The system could develop talent in areas it prioritized. Breadth was sacrificed for depth in approved subjects. The political legacy is authoritarianism. Soviet rule established patterns: strong central authority, weak civil society, and controlled media. These patterns reasserted themselves in Russia and many other former republics. Democracy proved fragile where it was planted in Soviet soil. Nationalism exploded post-Soviet. The republics that gained independence often embraced intense nationalism as reaction to Russification. Language laws, ethnic preferences, and historical grievances shaped politics. The Friendship of Peoples slogan concealed tensions that erupted. The Russian relationship with the Soviet past is complicated. Nostalgia exists alongside recognition of crimes. Stalin's popularity in polls coexists with acknowledgement of purges. Victory in the Great Patriotic War is sacred, but the war's causes are debated. The past is contested terrain. Ukraine's relationship with Soviet history is bitter. The Holodomor is recognized as genocide. Soviet rule is viewed as occupation. Decommunization has removed statues and renamed streets. The Orange Revolution and Euromaidan drew on anti-Soviet sentiment. Then came the war with Russia, reopening all wounds. The Baltic states firmly reject Soviet legitimacy. They view 1940 to 1991 as occupation period. Soviet monuments were removed. Independence is celebrated. Yet Russian minorities remain, creating ongoing tension. The past's politics are never settled. Central Asian states have complex relationships with the Soviet era. Modernization occurred under Soviet rule. Literacy, infrastructure, and women's rights advanced. But indigenous culture was suppressed. Islam was attacked. Local languages were marginalized. The legacy is mixed. The Caucasus bears scars from unresolved conflicts. Nagorno-Karabakh remains contested. Abkhazia and South Ossetia are frozen conflicts. Chechnya endured 2 brutal wars. Soviet nationality policy planted these seeds. The harvest continues. The archive question remains contentious. Soviet records are partially open, but sensitive material is restricted. Historical research depends on access. Russia controls most archives and uses this for political purposes. Full accounting of crimes may never occur. Memory politics shape current conflicts. Russia's narrative emphasizes Soviet victory over fascism and downplays Stalin's crimes. Ukraine emphasizes Soviet crimes against Ukrainians. Both use history as weapon. Truth becomes casualty of present political needs. The economic model's failure is clear. Central planning could not match market efficiency. Innovation was stifled. Consumer needs were ignored. The system produced steel and missiles, but not bread and shoes. The experiment proved that command economies cannot deliver prosperity. Yet the question remains, was the Soviet Union socialism's true test? Critics note that Marxist theory anticipated revolution in advanced capitalist countries, not agrarian Russia. The Soviet Union attempted to build socialism without capitalism's foundation. Perhaps this guaranteed failure. The ideological legacy is minimal. Few believe in communist ideology today. Even communist parties in former Soviet states are nationalist or populist rather than Marxist. The grand experiment in remaking humanity based on scientific principles collapsed completely. But some ideals resonate. Housing, healthcare, and education as rights rather than commodities. These remain attractive. Universal employment, even if inefficient, provided security. The critique of capitalism's inequality still has force. Soviet practice failed, but some Soviet promises still appeal. The cultural production is disputed. Socialist realism produced propaganda. But some genuine art emerged despite restrictions. Soviet film, particularly Tarkovsky, is respected. Literature, especially Bulgakov and Akhmatova, endures. Culture survived the system that tried to control it. The women's question saw mixed results. Soviet women worked and had careers. Abortion was legal, childcare was provided, yet traditional gender roles persisted. Women did double duty, working and managing households. The revolution in gender relations was incomplete. Science suffered from ideology. Lysenkoism destroyed Soviet genetics. Cybernetics was initially banned. Relativity theory was suspect. When politics overrules science, both suffer. Yet areas where ideology allowed freedom, mathematics, physics, achieved excellence. The human cost is incalculable. Stalin's policies alone claimed millions through executions, gulag, famine, and deportations. War casualties were partly due to poor preparation. The Afghan war wasted lives. Chernobyl's victims continue accumulating. The accounting is unfinished. The comparative question haunts analysis. Russia before 1917 was poor and backwards. Industrialization occurred under Soviet rule. Life expectancy increased. Literacy became universal. Would alternative paths have achieved this? The counterfactual is unknowable. The geopolitical legacy is the post-Soviet space. 15 countries emerged. Their paths diverged, some toward Europe, others toward authoritarianism. Russia seeks to maintain influence through economic ties, frozen conflicts, and military presence. The former empire's shadow remains long. NATO expansion has been contentious. Former Soviet satellites and republics sought Western security guarantees. Russia views this as threat. The 2008 Georgia War and 2014 Ukraine crisis stem partly from this. Soviet collapse created security vacuum that remains unfilled satisfactorily. The generational divide is stark. Those who lived in Soviet times often remember it with some fondness. Those born after 1991 know only dysfunction or recovery. History is debated between generations. As survivors die, memory becomes history, subject to political manipulation. The lesson of the Soviet Union may be hubris. The attempt to reorganize society according to ideological blueprint to create new Soviet man to prove capitalism obsolete. All this ambition crashed against human nature and economic reality. Grand plans unravel when meeting complexity. But another lesson is change's possibility. The system that seemed eternal lasted less than a century. The empire dissolved peacefully. The superpower became 15 countries. Nothing is permanent. Structures that appear solid can vanish quickly. This applies to all systems. The Soviet experiment asked whether human nature could be remade. The answer appears to be no. People resisted collectivization, circumvented planning, spoke carefully but thought freely. The new Soviet man never materialized. Humanity proved more resilient than ideology. Yet the attempt itself says something about human aspiration. The desire for justice, equality, and rational organization of society. These motivated many sincere revolutionaries. That the Soviet Union betrayed these ideals does not make the ideals invalid. The tragedy is the gulf between promise and reality. The Soviet Union's legacy will be debated for generations. Was it a necessary step in Russia's development or catastrophic detour? Was socialism's failure inevitable or contingent on specific circumstances? These questions have no definitive answers. History is interpretation, not verdict. What remains certain is impact. The Soviet Union shaped the 20th century. It defeated fascism. It challenged capitalism to reform. It terrified and inspired. It committed terrible crimes and achieved remarkable feats. It existed, failed, and left its mark on human history. The monuments crumble. The ideology is discredited. The state is gone. But the consequences remain. Families divided by borders. Ethnic conflicts unresolved. Nuclear stockpiles secured but enormous. Environments poisoned. Demographics distorted. The Soviet Union ended, but its legacy persists in bones of survivors and stones of cities.